It's a well-built model. Must be a custom build. Crowd control support for Strive. Oh, someone's looking to be sadistic. Or masochistic. I suppose either works in that case. Let's see here. Yeah, button's good. Dun da da dun da da dun. That's an odd place to... Ah, it's not an odd place for it. Interesting. People are actually trying to do art stuff, art scammy stuff directly on Twitter now. Okay. Although interesting that I don't have any notes about it. Weird. Okay. Well, not much we can do about that. People are free to post on Twitter about things. Yeah, I think safe enough to say that I don't gotta worry about that. Cool. Alrighty, well, we're here to figure out DawnTrail. May as well try and actually get that going. Oh, right. Always gotta keep chat blocked. Let's see here. Wait in front of the palace. Right. We were having a chat with them now that we've at least got the queen to deal with now, and we were gonna head back to home base and see what the green cat had to say. I got flight here, right? Okay, cool. Let's see. It's down there. how are batteries doing? You're probably good. You could probably use some juice after stream. Yeah, let's see what we can do with this. As a quick recap, we have defeated the angry blue lizard who was jealous of the fact that a small cat was able to overthrow him. And the queen, in her infinite wisdom, decided that she would take the power for herself and try to actually save her kingdom by refueling her soul battery for all of her nearly immortal people who live in a digital consciousness. Welcome to Final Fantasy XIV, where nothing is a stranger anymore. Hey there, Nano. Welcome in. Do hope the evening's running alright. We're just here doing some shenaniganry at the moment, but how are things on your side? Hopefully you're able to get some stuff done today. It's been good. No complications or anything to worry about then? Like your dailies? Yeah. Dailies don't seem to be a huge concern right now, at the very least. I'll be doing most of mine after stream, though. Mostly because of the fact that some of them do require a light bit of attention. Oh. But Arknights are done, so I tend to get the Arknights ones done pretty early in the day where I can, just to actually save on sanity. So there's that. You still play Lost Word? Yeah, I do check into Lost Word occasionally. I try to just log in for the dailies so I can save up on crystals, just on the off chance that they add other altars for, like, Yuka, or... Oh, who are the ones I usually fish for? Yuka... Iku... Byakuren... or... Wakasagi Hime? I try and keep an eye out for those, mostly. Also, I think we did kind of discuss it before, but it is Lost Word, not Lost World. While Lost World admittedly does make more sense. Yeah, if you look at the title of it, it's Touhou Lost Word. The concept and storyline for Word, or Lost Word, if I remember correctly, is the concept of you as the player character getting gapped into Gensokyo, and then certain concepts are losing their realities, so you have to go and deal with it somehow. So in essence, a word has been lost, and something is changing within the universe that is breaking it down bit by bit. Or you just have to solve the incident like Ramiel usually does. Feels like a Mandela effect. A little, yeah. But that is kind of what Touhou stories are like nowadays. Although Zun's doing a pretty good job of just introducing a cast slowly into it, just so that way it's not feeling quite as rough, but fan projects tend to go alt reality just to not complicate things too much further. Like a puppet dance performance, where you are gated by Yukari again to Gensokyo, just because that's what she does. And a breakout of puppets happens in that universe caused by Shiki? I don't remember what her name is, but she is a denizen of Old Hell, if I recall right, or Makai. It's been a while. I guess the word is lost. Yeah. To be honest, I'm not invested that much in Lost Word. Yeah, can be a little bit hard too, story-wise, because it's a lot of very intermittent short stories that are cut together. So that does kind of make a bit of a difference, so I'm actually keeping track of it. I mostly just remember the beginning, because you get gated into Gensokyo, you meet up with Reimu and Marissa first, and then speak with Alice for a bit. You just have a tea party at Alice's house like you usually do, and then just kind of chat a little. I'm playing it because it's the only Toho game you can get your hands on. Yeah, there's a lot of fan games you could look into.
What happened inside the dome?
Wait, I thought she was coming back here. But yeah, there is a pretty thriving fan game community. So if you are looking for free Toho games, they are out there. Maybe not on Steam, mind you, but they're out there.
So my brother is gone.
Yep, sorry, Kona.
Yet the danger remains. And you must soon sally forth unto an unknown reality.
Let's see here. I can probably just let this auto run. Let's see here. It does seem like they're trying to expand a little bit by making some adult versions of the fairies. So that's at least unique. So kudos to them for that.
Namachi, is this boy perhaps...
I'm assuming I need to log into Lost Word. You feel like announcing it here, Wook? I don't blame you.
Zorolja's son, Kululja.
The little baby wizard.
I see. Time did flow differently inside the dome. If he is our brother's child, then... Kululja, was it? My name is Kona, and I am Lamachi's brother.
Can't auto the minigame? Yeah. Oh, which one are you thinking? The... Oh, Nikki. Yeah.
More dependable than Kona. He's family, and
Odd.
he'll take good care of you.
Autoing the minigame would be handy if you had the option for it, but
Pleasure to meet you, Kululja.
sadly, that's a no.
A pleasure to meet you too, Uncle Kona.
I sadly only have Nikki on the computer, so
I suppose I am your uncle.
that's why I saved Nikki for after streams. Because I just can't really run Nikki and stream and a game at the same time, I can't imagine. Although Solace did cash in some of his cards, so
You're all confused.
he got a bit more of the body
Rest assured,
gem
all will be
things.
explained in due course. But for now, I want to make one thing clear.
Streaming Nikki would solve that.
Kululja is his own person. He had no part in his father's crimes. If you have anger towards Zorolja you need to express, Kona and I will gladly hear you. But you will treat Kululja as you would any child.
I'm still not sure about streaming gacha games, to be honest with you. There is gameplay to them, just it feels weird for me to do it.
The boy's done no wrong.
Yeah, he's like 7. He's not dominating the world.
Resolve speaks true.
For streaming purposes, though.
Would you tell me what happened? Grahatia has given me a summary, but
Blue Archive,
detailed account.
Arknights, and Nikki are at least all on the computer now.
While we chat, I want to see how things are in the city.
In that case, let us make our way to Bright Plume Post. Our soldiers remain on high
Yeah, especially when you didn't need Shimmerhead luck to hit it big.
I will bid them
Yeah.
a well-earned rest.
That was just pure luck. I'm not sure how that happened. But hey, it gave me some new units to fiddle with. I ended up getting Ray as well, so the Ava collab is not quite a disaster either. Where are we walking to? Rocking that way. Okay. But I do need to do some grinding still, I think. I'm kind of stuck on normal mode chapter 13, I believe. I'm holding off on the collab units. They don't seem to fit any of my teams. Probably a good idea, yeah. I'm mostly just grabbing them for the sake of collab units tend to not go away, or tend to never come back, rather. So it'd be significantly more annoying to need them later for something and just not have them. And I think that's really the only reason Solace is even logging into the game right now, because he literally has everything already. If he misses out on the collab units, then he's just going to be having a full armory, but then missing the collab units, and it's just going to piss him off to no end. I'm used to missing out, to be honest. Probably not a bad idea. I know I got kind of lucky with the pulls. Oh. So I at least have Ray and Asuka, if I'm remembering names right. And then you just get the lady with the penguin for free, since she's the welfare unit, which sucks to say, but she isn't exactly a main character, not in the traditional sense at least. Sorry, the lady. Misako, or something with an M, I believe is what her name starts with. She has the Emperor Penguin with her. And I think she's a Misato. That's it, thank you. Yeah, you'll at least get her, so you have a collab unit as long as you're playing the game. It's also a good idea to log into Toho Lost Word when you have the option, just because they do tend to give a lot of free material packs around events. So it's honestly not a bad time just to check in and say like, hey, by the way, here's some free stuff. Or I guess at the very least it's Toho. There aren't really any guys, because Renosuke is only featured occasionally. Hey, by the way, there's some free stuff. It's probably not a bad idea to log in just to get more things, right? Not going to use her even if she's top tier. I don't have the emotional connection to Avon. To be fair, no one has a proper emotional connection to Evangelion because it destroys all sense of your consciousness watching it. And you can't advise them, so you can't learn anything? Really? It's limited like that, huh? I guess they didn't want to write any collab story for them. That's a bit of a shame. They had ample opportunity to give them some kind of plot for why they were isekai'd into this separate post-apocalyptic world controlled by robots. Because they're not Nikki, so they wouldn't be under our command. I guess. But, like, you can still talk with them. The advise system is just there for you to talk to the Nikki. It's not you to brain control them. Yeah, I guess Nikki's story is a bit of a different beast to really work with, isn't it? Talk to keyword dot Nikki's. Admittedly, it'd be interesting to talk with them within that plot, because you are just a human talking with several robots. And you can make the argument that Ray's a robot as well, so she would technically fit in with the Nikki's pretty easily. Asuka's still flesh and blood, at least by that point in the plot they're trying to sell. But we've still got stuff to work through, so I suppose there's that. Yeah, I think there is a filter on that because it's set up to go down during the collab streams. I'm trying to remember how that was set up, though. It's been a while. We can probably just do that for now, since it is just going to be game audio. But it will require me to shut up a little bit when characters are actually talking, so I suppose that's kind of the balance we're going to have to work with. Although, I will give Lost Word one benefit of the doubt with what they're trying to do. It's nice that they're actually introducing the PC-98 characters into it. Not a lot of official Toho media is actually working with the PC-98 crew at all, except for, like, Ami Ami, who is doing Fumos of the PC-98 crew, but that's really it. The fact that we've gotten Mima, Shiki, the PC-98 versions of Yuka, Reimu, Marissa, I think Alice. Like, they're doing good work. Oh, I figured that was going to be voiced. Thank you, Nano. Also, it is the PC-98 version of Yuka that's actually in there because there are 3 forms of Yuka in Lost Word. There's the L1 version, which has the red eyes and looks like Mom. There's the H6, I think, is the PC-98 version. Sorry, H5. H5 is the future version where Yuka is a biologist who is surviving in the post-apocalypse version of that universe by trying to keep plants alive to, like, keep oxygen going. Still aggressive as fuck, but it's still Yuka trying to keep plants alive during that period of time and just grow mutated monstrous plants. And then... okay, it was A6, not A8. A6 Yuka, which A6 I believe is the PC98 universe thingy that they're building. Because it's a very cute Yuka who doesn't look aggressive at all and has green eyes, so it actually makes her stick out a lot considering most modern depictions of her have red. Yeah, Yuka's the flower girl. Yuka specifically is... I don't think she's actually a yokai. What does she count as? I am off on my lore. One sec. She's not a god, and I'm fairly certain she's not a yokai. Oh, she is a yokai. Okay. I am off. Is a long-lived yokai called the Flower Master of the Four Seasons, whose main place of activity is the Garden of the Sun. A field completely covered in sunflowers. She loves seasonal flowers, so throughout the year she moves to the respective places where the flowers grow. Spring flowers for spring, summer flowers for summer, autumn flowers for autumn, and sometimes winter flowers for winter. So yeah, Yuka's the main flower master. Started in PC98 Toho Project's Lotus Land story as the 5th stage boss, so she's kind of important. But main source of control is control over plants, which has at least always been a fact for her. As well as the fact that she cares more about plants than she does people's lives a lot of the time. So that's kind of the meme where if you fuck with her garden, she will kill you, which is why she's depicted as such a yandere nowadays. Or at least a yandere for the garden. But she's technically a loving character, just... she's kind of like the fairies in a way. Like, she does play tricks on people, and at least screws with them, but she's very strong. She's nice and playful, but she can quite literally crack your spine open like Bane. Just learned that the word yokai was a transliteration of yaogai? Yaogwai? Yokai Yaogwai? Yeah, I could see that. Although, that is gonna make sense with Japan, right? They did kind of get their language from mainland China. And that's just language assimilation. All beasts and people with magic and black myth Wukong is called Yogwai. Or Yogwai? Yeah. More or less. They're not human. They're generally a spirit beast of some kind. My country also has a word for that, given it's in Southeast Asia. Don't suppose you could share what the word is so I can butcher it with my Canadian accent. Oh, am I actually close with Yaogwai? Or Yaogwai? I'm saying it a bit too quick, but... Oh. Yokwai? I mean, in North American pronunciation, Yokwai. At least I think that's an I. Yeah, okay. But yeah, sharing similar instances of language tends to go over pretty well. I know it's kind of memed a lot, but I think German tends to be like an outlier in a lot of pronunciations just because of how German was structured, language-wise at least. Yeah, nowadays it just means demons. Come get your demons. Yeah, learning about etymology is always, it's an interesting point to actually look over etymology, because a lot of languages do tend to steal stuff from others. Or just completely ignore it for no fucking reason. Because I remember seeing some documentation before about how pineapple is ananas in a few different languages. Just A-N, A-N, A-S. But then we have pineapple. Where did we get pineapple from? Aside from the fact that it's just a fruit that is spiky. So pine and apple, I guess, makes sense. But I'll probably have to look more into that. Can I jump over that? Nice. Pineapple plus pen equals pineapple pen. I mean, I'm sure SpongeBob had a pineapple pen. That seems up his alley. What other weird words are there? I guess nothing directly comes to mind. Looking into etymology is a good custom, but actually remembering all of it's a little bit of a weak spot on my side. Wonder how long it's been since the pineapple pen guy? I mean, it's probably been a hot minute, so... Oh! Okay. Oh, this is just the relic gear. Okay, yeah, I'll take that. And it's actually fine with just giving me all of it, even though Jude doesn't have any of these classes leveled up that high. Oh well, I guess that solves my eye level issue, so... Kudos, game. No accessories or anything either. Okay. And only half of it is better than what I'm wearing. Really? Okay. I think the language English also influenced by French and stuff. Yeah, English would be influenced by French just because of how close the UK and France are and the development cycle between the two. I think some word in my language is just straight up French with an accent. Oh, that's entirely possible. There's a few words that are just stolen from English that are just brought into the regular consciousness of other languages just because the French the French word itself was fine. So it was just kind of hard to not use it. Like resume is not an English word at all. That is one of the French words. People are being loud. It's here. Okay. Trying to think of other weird words that may have come from French originally. Fatigue. probably comes from French. Either that, or they took... Or French took fatigue and just added accenting to it. Because the French word for tired is just fatigué, so... It's kind of hard to not think one of them at least took it from another language. Between fatigue and fatigué, since they're spelled pretty much the same. I didn't call you anything, Nano. The French word for fatigue is literally fatigué. That's how you pronounce it. There's unfortunately a lot of words in French that have pronunciation that add like a slang word to them in English, which is also part of the reason I don't actively look into learning French on stream. Because there are some words that are not great to say on Twitch. That is unfortunately part of the French language. And I don't want to get called out as being a primary English streamer saying random French words sometimes. I guess... Let's see, what would I do? It's either Je suis un petit streamer. There's no bonk. Streamers do get banned from speaking their languages, that's true. I mean, people could get called out on it at least. They may get more cancelled than banned, but... I think it's more so if someone just randomly comes across me being an English streamer and say, "Oh, je suis fatigué," or actually, je suis fatigué. It's really not gonna go over well. Granted, paranoia, but well-founded paranoia. That's below, isn't it? But I probably should at least get a French pronunciation for, like, a channel intro done at some point. It'll probably just make things handy to have that, since most people half expect Canadians to know French offhand anyways. Which I think we typed it out before, but I do have to learn how to pronunciate it better. So what was it? Je m'appelle Jude. Le robot judicial utilier. I can't remember what mark is, but yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt. Need to learn stuff eventually, so. So what does it want me to do? Conan's already got inside, but I couldn't help but take a moment. Just being here takes me back. Wasn't even that long ago we visited for the rites. Yeah, you guys crammed quite a lot into these last few quests, didn't you? Oh yeah. I guess talking about Toho for a quick second. My order for a Yucca Fumo actually came through, and that is now paid for. So that should be coming within a week or two.
Electro everywhere one turns, harboring vast amounts of lightning. This place is very much alive.
And it's an official one from Ami, so
Holding your earring to the terminal.
this ain't no bootleg stuff. Yeah, Yucca Fumo. A proper, legal Fumo that isn't made from China. Ooh, it didn't like that. Apparently, Kral's not allowed to come in through this gate.
No luck. Don't give up yet. The terminal reads the code. It might just need higher clearance.
Fumo TM. Exactly.
Would you give it a try? Me?
You are considered the king, buddy boy.
If the king's authority is passed to you, then the gate ought to open.
But yeah, I figured I needed to get one at some point, and the main characters I like don't usually have a Fumo.
Leave behind that which I've gained by the sweat of my brow.
Because
Yours to embrace.
Because at least the official ones that are out right now would be, or the characters that I would want one for, would be either Hina, Yuka, Momiji, Byakuren, or Iku, and Jun, or June. I wouldn't mind June. And the only two official ones out of that set are June and Yuka, so I kept my eye out for a Yuka rerun. It happened recently. I thought I've seen Momiji Fumos. Yeah, that's the thing. All of those are bootleg. Because most characters have a Fumo at this rate, but they're not official products. They're all bootlegs made in China before they've even made official ones for them.
What?
Because I did my research already. Who's making official? Zun? Zun in collaboration with Ami, yeah. They have like their own production team that has like a badge and a tag and all that. I'm not saying it's necessarily bad to buy the unofficial ones, just it'd be better if they were not fake. Also because when you're paying a store for a product, if you're buying the official ones, you know what state it's going to come in. When you're buying these second-hand ones, you honestly don't know what they're going to come like. They could have a lot more factory defects on them than what's actually shown in the product. What's the refund policy like? I'm not actually sure, to be honest, because it's buying stuff from Japan and having it shipped over to North America. I'm not sure how plausible it actually is for it to happen.
The earring. It really was.
Remarkable. A void gate is forced open with a blast of ether, and thus appears as a tear in the fabric of reality. In contrast, this is the stitchwork of a master. Neatly hemmed, without a thread out of place.
I was tempted to buy a Fumo on Amazon, but changed my mind at the last second. Probably a good idea, yeah. That would be a second-hand one, and it's kind of hard to guarantee the actual quality of it.
If Galuljar can open the gate, then so too can Sveen close it. 'Twould be wise to employ magics in its defense, both to maintain its stability and ward off interference. While I am able to invoke said magics, I cannot sustain them alone. I require another to channel with me, and in unison.
So that puts Y'shtola and Graha out of the making then.
For that role, I do
Oh.
humbly volunteer myself. But even our combined efforts offer no certainty of success. Might we prevail upon the two of you to lend your support?
Really? Okay.
If coordination between mages is required, few would be better suited than Alize and myself.
Look at all the friends we've made along the way. Exactly.
Shall I remain as well?
While your presence would be welcome, I'd rather you joined the expedition team. For despite our earnest efforts, the gate may well end up closed once more. In such a situation, it may fall to those on the other side to devise a method to reconnect our worlds. A task with which you are not unfamiliar, as I recall.
Though we're missing Lioness. No, she's here too.
I have faith it will not come to that.
She just hasn't said anything yet.
I will endeavor not to disappoint.
Yeah, see, she's there.
Assuming Wooklamart, Kryl, and Erenville are a given for this foray.
She just kind of blends in a little bit with all the yellows, since her color palette's pretty warm to begin with.
I'll make myself useful here by guarding those who are maintaining the gate. Should any threats emerge, from the world beyond or otherwise, I'll deal with them.
As will I. Which leaves you free to head in there and do what you do best.
Kill some gods. That's what we're good at, baby. Although Alice really wants to come. Sick 'em. Exactly.
It's fine. Really. Mostly.
Sorry, Alice. It's not your time to be the hero just yet.
Just don't let him bear the burden alone. Do you hear?
Oh yeah, also worth mentioning. The model kit I ordered a week or two ago did actually arrive today. So that's what we'll be working on Saturday. And that might actually be a bit of a long-term plan, because I've got 3 different ones now, which means I can start customizing a final one myself. So we'll have the stream to build the main model kit, and then a few streams just to custom one together. Just that way I can have one standing on my desk.
We'll protect the portal. Keep it open no matter what.
This is epic. Yeah, they're doing a good job so far. Honestly, have 0 complaints. Still a little confused why Erenville's coming with, but I guess his mom is here.
We unfortunately have no way of identifying which one it is.
Well, what we do know is that it's Sphne's domain. A place where she brings back those who've been lost. So for now, why don't we call it the Unlost World?
A little cheesy look, but better than nothing.
Right. Let's go.
Although, what is landscape design going to be here? Is this going to be a collection of islands floating in space, or... Oh. Oh no, this is another tech land. This is like... Wow. Okay. No, never mind. I'm not going to shit on the design. They did good. This looks like New York.
How to describe the sheer amazement we felt when we emerged on the other side of the portal?
Actually,
I fear words do not do it justice.
architecture of Venice, but with a future skin on
It
it.
was a vibrant world where the memories of the departed abided and reveled in bygone days. Living memory, or so the Endless called it.
Yeah, seems like there's a bit of a theme park
They
going.
laughed and smiled as they reminisced upon unfulfilled dreams.
I mean, there's a volcano,
Alive in
so...
all perceivable ways. Yet, knowing no loss.
I was gonna say, that's way too pretty for New York.
So
Yeah.
splendid was every ilm of this paradise.
Also, welcome
Words
in.
rose unbidden to my lips.
Yeah, I'd say Venice with a future aesthetic, so that's why we get the towers from. But it's a good design.
This time, it was here. The city of gold.
Yeah. The City of Gold was in fact behind the Gate of Gold. The Unlost World Living Memory. Not a bad name. All combined, at least. Is this the final area for the final chapter? I'd assume so, yeah. This is at least the final main city. Let's just take a quick peek here, though. Alright, you guys head off. With the size of the map, yeah. This has to be the final zone. Yeah, there's aetheryte currents here too. Well, let's see what this place is all about then. They're definitely flexing their interior design, and they've been waiting for a while, I'm sure, to make some kind of future-level technology outside of Sharlayan tech and or the Garlean tech. So, this is letting them flex a little bit with the popularity of things like Cyberpunk and all that coming out. So good on them. Soft music, too. Since we're playing a Square Enix game, have you seen Visions of Mana? I haven't really played most of the Mana games. I do know of them, but I haven't really seen them. I'm assuming Vision is one of the newest ones that they've made. Ah, yeah, that's pretty new. Newer than most of the X of Mana games. Welcome, friends, welcome! Wow, what a nose. Who are you? My name is Constancy, and like you, I am an Endless. Or not an Endless, but okay. We've been recreated from the memories of those who have been exhausted, their souls, the departed, in other words. Looks great, but it does seem like another generic hero journey. Not knocking on the archetype, but it does get tiring after a while. Yeah. The Of Mana games are admittedly pretty decent. Overall, gameplay-wise, I don't know much about their story, though. But it's been around for a while, so the story might be pretty decent if you take everything together. Also, Kiyatsu, I can actually read. Hopefully you're having a good night, by the way, Kiyatsu. Now then, if you would please follow me, I shall give you a guided tour. Do take care, as wildlife brought here for preservation roams freely. We're in luck? Why? It was just announced that Her Majesty will enter into a slumber, but there is still time. If it's 40 or so, I'd buy it, just so I can see the environment in combat, but it's 60, so... And if memory serves, it'll probably be 80 on my side. Let's see, what was it called? Visions of Mana? Yep, $80. Or you can get the deluxe edition for $107. Really launching with $70 worth of DLC. Oof. Not a great look, guys. Oh. Alright, Constancy. Queen C enjoys meeting her people. I'm quite confident she'll appear for you at the Meso terminal. Okay. I forget how much Relink was, but I did find difficulty connecting with its story. Relink. That's why I won't make the same mistake now. Relink was Kingdom Hearts, right? Oh, wait, I can ride my mount here. Also, this is treacherous roading. Oh, Grand Blue, right. Sorry, I was still thinking of Squeenix games. But yeah, Relink's story is admittedly a little bit hard to get into. They are trying to make that game more as like a Genshin clone, if anything, and just making you pay up front for it, instead of gachaing you to hell and back. It's the same as Hero Journey, or it's the same Hero's Journey. Yeah, it is, unfortunately. That is just kind of the role that Gron and Jita play, though, so it's not too unexpected. Gron and Sphene are the, like, most de facto hello, I am Protag-kun possible, because they are meant to be that.
We need to talk.
And while the character design is good, and the environment design is good, like, enemies at least look unique, and the fighting does occur well, the story's a little vanilla.
That you should come here.
Everything looks gorgeous, it's just that it's very predictable. Yeah.
I haven't known you long, Sphene, but I know you have a good heart. Your love for your people is proof of this.
That's why I liked Berseria so much. Yeah, I generally would recommend Berseria for most people, just because out of the Tales of games, that one's not the best, but I think the mix of it is probably the best you're going to get compared to most of the Tales of games, because Arise is very much a hero's journey as well, with not a huge level of variance. Berseria is technically a hero's journey, but it's seen from the perspective of an anti-hero, so it sounds a little better.
I want a world without suffering. A world where nothing is lost.
Yeah, conceptually the approach is different. It's enough so that I can heartily recommend Berseria, and to some extent Vesperia as well, although I probably would put Berseria above it.
But the endless only grow in number, and ever more life forces needed to sustain them.
Admittedly, if you haven't gotten it,
we have managed to curb the cycle of rebirth these few hundred years. But we've reached the limit.
the hero's journey doesn't make itself clear till the very end. Revenge story at the beginning. Yeah. At least when it comes to Vesperia, it's a little bit subtler in that degree. Like, it's pretty obvious you're on a hero's journey, just you're more so playing... Oh, you're playing the rogue of the hero story, not the hero of the story.
What we needed from your world. world.
And you're kind of putting together your band of merry pirates to deal with what's to come as a comparison point to Zestaria, which is just the hero's story again. With the god. Because he's able to fuse with the spirit people.
And once you've plundered our world of ether, what then? Will you do the same to others? All men eventually die. If you make endless of everyone, you will never have enough ether to sustain them. You but prolong the inevitable.
Yeah, sorry, Sphene. You're making something impossible here. You need like a Dyson engine to make this work, but...
Nevertheless persist in this folly, we must stand against you. For we too have people we cannot lose. Places to which our hearts belong. Damachi, I would have loved nothing more than to work hand in hand with you to tend our nations.
Boy. I'm trying to think of the other Tales of games. Do any of them have a correct story?
By the time it had brought us together, our futures had already been written.
I can't think of the details of them off the top of my head, but most of the Tales of games are kind of just another hero's story, just slightly tweaked depending on the personality of the character.
The kind and gentle Queen Sphene was too weak to serve her people, and so she will serve them no more.
I guess to some extent.
Memories of the living Sphene, she who has cursed me with this soft and powerless nature.
The one story I probably would have preferred if it wasn't made into one of their many gotchas that failed, but Tales of Crystoria's story was kind of leaning in a direction closer to Berseria, where it's kind of a revenge tale told through a hero story. So it at least had a bit of a better chance of being unique compared to the other ones. Just Crystoria's system drove it to hell, so it died so much quicker than I hoped.
Protect Alexandria, a devourer of worlds.
But the concept was interesting.
Nations cannot protect their own without doing harm to the other. There can only be one resolution. It is a hard truth.
Didn't Velvet have a cameo on that? Most people had a cameo in Crestoria, just because of the fact it was a gacha, so they kind of needed you to pull other people anyways. So it covered a majority of the Tales of franchise. I think up to Berseria, because Arise wasn't out by the point Crestoria had come out, so you wouldn't get like Alan or anyone else from there.
I'm afraid we're
oh, Jesus.
The process has begun, and it cannot be stopped.
Sphene, Jesus Christ, I'm the one who's supposed to have the filter. When the fuck did that come out? Well, here's the emotional story. Okay.
Mesoterminal memory deletion in progress.
Oh. She's just killing all the Endless.
Mesoterminal memory deletion in progress. Upon completion, interdimensional fusion will commence.
Oh, and the side story in Crestoria? Maybe every side story had a cutscene? More than likely, yeah. Because Crestoria, at least as a plot point, was a band of people who were accused of crimes, one of which may have been pretty legitimate. Because Crestoria's story is fucked, if you think about it conceptually. It was a collection of people who were accused of crimes and branded as traitors to humanity and being chosen to being hunted down by the angels, essentially, is the best way to sum up Crestoria. But with the advent of the secondary character giving people the option to fight against the angels, it created an interesting backlash to everything, because everyone that was a part of your story, except for the person who gave you weapons, was falsely accused of a crime of some kind and branded as such for the supposed crime they did commit. It's kind of why the main character had it on his hand, because he was accused of killing someone pretty important, and the one journalist lady had hers on her tongue. And depending on the severity of your crime, or at least the nature of your crime, you got branded appropriately, so it was impossible to hide your crimes from the general public. Because I'm pretty sure it just existed outside your body, to some degree. It was an interesting story. I kind of should check to see if someone made like an offline version of it at least, or at least documented the full story before it was shut down. Because that's a pretty good kind of plot point to pull from. Maybe not the side stories as much, but the main story, yeah, definitely. Because the side stories were mostly just cameos. Alrighty. This probably won't be voiced. He's nowhere in sight. You looking for constancy? Love me some female Knuckles. Suppose funny you mention that. Also, this is Aaronville's mom, isn't it? The skin tone just screams it. I remember joking about that before buying Berseria. Wouldn't Velvet be more like female Shadow? I guess kind of a fusion, right? Because she is super dark and edgy because of her tragic backstory of being a created human. Or at least a modified human. But she does like to give a good punch. I mean, you're not fully wrong, Nano. All things considered, Velvet as a character, but who's edgier, Shadow or Knuckles? Oh, Shadow is edgier by a mile, but Knuckles has personal traits that do fit Velvet better compared to just being an edgy bitch. Which, admittedly, Shadow is kind of an edgy bitch with a bit of a soft side because of Maria. So it's kind of a good conceptual fusion between Shadow and Knuckles. Because Velvet does have her brother that she cares for, but is not exactly there, to put it lightly. But Knuckles is a dumb bitch who likes to give a good punch where possible. And that does fit Velvet too, because she did not learn much of the world. Or I guess it's better to say that Velvet's not dumb, she's just ignorant. Because she was in jail for so long, but she's not quite the sharpest tool in the shed. She's very much the hammer you need, but not the sharpest tool. A zip line? Oh, we've seen zip lines before. You don't need to sharpen a hammer, do you? Not unless it's Monster Hunter. But that's why Velvet does get the characters in her party that she does, with Magilu, her brother eventually, the samurai who just kind of matches her ignorance. It was a healthy package that at least made them her brother. I'm just saying it just in case there are people listening who haven't played Berseria. There's an impasta. Yeah. Like, it's close enough, right? She treats him like her brother. Huh. Wait. That raises questions. If Kryle's parents came out from this dimension to bring Kryle to our plane of existence, and this is where all of the Endless live, how the fuck did they have a child? These are robots living in robot bodies. Or these are functional AI living in robot bodies. They can't reproduce, as far as I'm aware. Unless I'm looking over a point. I want you to erase us? Whoa, okay. Well then, things just went from weird to slightly depressing. Okay, I just need you to do me a quick favor. You see the happy faces on all of the people here? I need you to kill all of us, please. Wow. Okay. Yeah, appropriate response. What? They put the child together. I don't think Kryle's a robot. I'll be a little concerned if Kryle is a robot. But yeah, time for another round of a word I probably shouldn't say on Twitch. Palalafel, you got it, boss. Pulls out a knife. Alright, bitch, where are we going? Being alive, you're the only ones who can do this, and we won't have a better opportunity than now, while Sphene is busy preparing to initiate interdimensional fusion. Is there a reason we need to act so soon? Because as you just said, it's wrong to sacrifice others to sustain us. Remember, we need life force. Other forms of Aether don't cut it. It's functional necromancy is what she's doing. She's taking the life force of other humans just to prolong the life of her zombies. This is just necromancy with extra steps. Can't bear that thought. Can't bear to exist because someone died. We'd probably feel the same way if we were in your shoes, but what exactly are you asking us to do? All things considered, you're a digital consciousness. We could just plug you into a computer simulation and y'all could live there. And then you can just be powered by batteries. If you shut down a terminal, the memories within will disappear along with those endless created from them. That's not a great system if you have to keep the batteries running. Just, oh god, they build everything off RAM. Oh no. That's a problem. You do not build your system off of RAM. Her own memories are stored within the meso terminal, which stands at the heart of the living memory. Well, wait. Can I do the higher voice right now? Well, wait for that opening. We erase the endless. Once we're gone, Sphene will no longer have a reason to plunder Aether from other worlds. No, that sounds off. Would Sphene simply allow us to shut down the terminals, though? In preparation for the fusion, the Meso terminal is currently performing massive calculations while gathering energy. Even the system notices us. It cannot easily suspend the process. Rather than doing so, I believe it will attempt to accelerate the timetables and bridge worlds before the plan can be thwarted. It wouldn't be a decision Sphene would wish to make, but she would be able to save those who are stored in the Meso terminal, at least. That's sense in your strategy. And in resolving to stop Sphene, we anticipated that and might come to this, but to actually talk about erasing the endless is difficult. You needn't feel any guilt. No matter how lifelike we may seem, we endless are but facsimiles crafted from memories. Besides, stuffing Sphene requires that you shut down the Meso terminal, which sustains all of us. Sooner or later, it will need to be done. If we ought to be erased, then let it be before more people come to harm. Living, breathing people with futures they deserve to experience. I don't want you to go, Mommy. Don't got much choice in the matter, so... Thank you for respecting my wish. And, as a personal request, while her actions cannot be condoned, I ask that you afford Queen Sphene a measure of understanding. I know that she herself didn't choose to become an Endless. It was preservation that made the choice for her. Does my voice actually sound feminine when I'm doing that? I haven't actually recorded it yet, though, so I'm not 100% sure. She is powerless to resist her purpose. What do you mean? The Sphene you know is an ideal that preservation brought to life. Harnessing the love the living Sphene bore for her people, they brought forth an eternal queen whose primary directive is to preserve the endless. Not really, but we can pretend. Fuck, it's worth a shot. But, you know, the endless consume Aether. Sphene was compelled to find ways to procure it, and that compulsion has driven her to resort to interdimensional fusion. What, are you telling me the original Sphene wouldn't have chosen this? Well, yeah. What the Queen might have done, only she herself would know. But the scientists of preservation have vanished, leaving the created Queen to walk alone. It does sound different from your normal voice, if that makes you feel better. It does, admittedly. I'm pushing my larynx up as high as it can go right now to actually get that effect in. So I guess I'll have to just double check what it sounds like on the VOD later, just to see what I'm actually at so far. I guess posture actually helps with that too, doesn't it? So, as you go about your mission, think not that you're stopping a ruthless villain, but rather that you're relieving a troubled soul of her burden. Alright, Kafka. We understand now, but both your reasoning and your feelings. But before we erase the Endless, I'd like to know them. I'd like to know what she fights tooth and nail for. Talking like that dries you out quick. Oh, it definitely does, yeah. If we're gonna reject someone's beliefs, let it be after we've come to understand them. This is a lesson I learned from the Rite of Succession. Oh, and I'm using that voice for Aaronville's mom, not Wook. I realize we're pressed for time, but if it's alright with you, I want to meet them as many people as I can. You truly are Galulja's kitten. Well, the calculations will take a while still. It should be fine if we do this as we proceed to the terminals. I'm with you. We might as well be able to learn everything, but it nevertheless be meaningful if we could glimpse the hearts of those who inhabit the place before we set them free. I'll leave you to it then. When you're finished here, come and find me as the fountain near that big clock tower. Yeah, I didn't fall enough clock tower at least. Right, let's split up and find some locals to speak with. As we make our way to the tower, let's talk with this people we're about to genocide. That's fine. You give every female character so much class. I think that just comes with trying to actually, like, get a female voice to attempt to work in the first place. Because it's a lot more breathy than normal, so it tends to be a little bit easier to throw the British accent on there to make it work. Even if I'm not quite hitting the vocal range just yet, it's only a matter of time before I'm able to. You'd think they're all royalty? I mean, yeah, you gotta stand for the queens, right? You there, have you tried the popcorn from that stall? If you haven't, you don't know what you're missing. I consider myself something of a gourmand, and believe me when I say classic salt flavor's amazing. The saltiness is simply exquisite. That's the only way to describe it. Once you have a mouthful, it's impossible to stop until it's all gone. And if you tried that, I'd urge you to try the other stalls. There are lots of them everywhere, offering all manners of delights. For another recommendation, on top of my head, the ice cream over an Acyl Volcane, I guess that's the volcano, is so smooth and rich, and just thinking about it's got me a hankering. That's it, I'm gonna go and have some right now. Alright, later, girl. Oh, they don't actually want us to get the ice cream. Okay. Let's see what they can do. Oh, hello there. Taking the sights of the canal town too, are you? Both my wife and I just adore the place. We had become estranged in life, she and I, but being here gave us the chance to reconcile. I couldn't be more grateful for the chance to spend those blessed moments together again. Imagine you streaming and voice acting BA, your throat's gonna hate you so much. Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, what, the only guy in there is Sensei? So there'd have to be, like, all manner of... Hold on. There would have to be all manner of raising your voice up in every which way, just so that way you can actually accent everybody possible, right? Otherwise, that's not really the easiest thing to actually accomplish at the end of the day. That and the range between the younger characters and the older ones can change quite a lot, depending on what you're trying to do, at least. Yeah, I'd like to listen to your Arona. I'm not actually sure what she sounds like off the top of my head, so I'm not sure if I can really emulate that without some examples. Or at least attempt to fuck that up with examples. But it's good to know that I'm still needing to do some work on that, so... Although, where my voice usually sits, that's definitely going to be a little bit harder anyways, so... Yeah. I think she calls her name a lot in game. Oh, right, her. She has, like, a child's voice. That would be really hard for me to actually do. Had been wondering what the Endless do for sustenance, so it seems a good opportunity to learn. The food here is created using aether and memory data. To us, it tastes just like the real thing. So, how about it? Would you care for some popcorn? How do you memory data popcorn? All the food is free. Okay. But if that's the case, how are we supposed to eat it? Food created with memory data. How will this taste to the living, I wonder? I mean, if it's created with memory data, it probably doesn't taste like much. You sample a handful of popcorn, while it is a texture, you can detect no taste whatsoever. Maybe a better challenge would be imitating Arcee's voice? The VTuber operating Arona's model. She has a rather matured voice. I suppose it's worth a check. I like how we're in a land of robots and we just have to fake being robots to stay here. Okay. The saltiness is exquisite. It's always good to have a little bit of salt. Hey there, Solace. Welcome in. Do hope the evening's running well. To catch you up on the story, we fought the big blue lizard. We murdered him. The queen decided she needed to commit genocide on our realm to perpetuate this university of people who are just living memories inside of robots. And the only source of power that is available to them is the power of other people's life force. So, yeah. We've also been asked on the resistance side to kill all of them while stopping Sphene. So, either way, we're committing a genocide. And yeah, conceptually this place is pretty grim. It's a land of functional immortals that feed off the life force of others to continue their existence through time, based on the memories they had while still in life. In the case of Queen Sphene going full robot on us, she might honestly just be stuck in an info feedback loop of trying to get stuff done. So that's not great. Let's see here. We are also going through the quests pretty quick, so we might actually be able to finish today, as long as the dungeon doesn't take us a super long time. let's see. I guess it's worth a check, because we can keep a pretty easy countdown where possible. Let me just check the main quest list. When we hit the level 100 quests, how many of those are there? Okay, so once we hit level 100 quests, there's only 8. So that will kind of be the turning point. Right now we're on In Serenity and Sorrow, which is... Oh, actually we're kind of close to that point. We're at 11 left. And they don't flood this with various dungeons either, so there's only one more trial and dungeon to worry about. The rest of it is just plot, which is pretty normal. Sounds like your trip to work. Well, if Solace has to deal with demons and you have to deal with cybernetic robots destroying the home planet, I guess we would have a little bit of variation. Shall give up on the ring, but I thank you for your kind concern. I mean, we could probably find someone's ring if given the option for it. I mean, we're strapping young adventurers. We can kill a beast, right? Probably a level 100 beast. That is living water. Okay. That's also a reused skeleton off of a monkey from one of the earlier dungeons. Yep. Misclicked on Android VTuber tag, and the first thing I saw are thighs. Yeah, I would imagine you either saw Melody or Zentrea at that point. I don't actually know what other Android VTuber would be in that tag off the top of my head. But there are a lot of them, so... It's Queen Woosie. I have never heard that name before. Okay. I guess there be a queen showing her thighs on Twitch. And it wasn't 18 plus, so I don't want to click on that. Yeah, an 18 plus stream is more or less just like bikini levels of nudity, because Twitch doesn't really allow anything more than that. So don't worry too much. At most, there's probably just some more jiggle physics compared to normal. Oh, I see. So just Nikki level? Yeah, pretty much Nikki level of actual, like, 18 plus content. They still haven't allowed raw titty to be on Twitch, which is partly why kin streams have to be marked with 18 plus. That's why a lot of artists kind of have to be marked 18 plus at times. Twitch is a fun website. Trust me. But Nikki isn't rated 18? I'm pretty sure Nikki is an M-rated game. Where's the Google Play Store at? Nikki. Wow, really? Nikki's only rated teen? ESRB, there's a lot of ass and titty jiggle in that. You really just want to mark that as teen? Huh. I've seen M be put on for much less than what Nikki does. Okay. +12 from what you've seen? Yeah, that would be the general teen rating if we're comparing to the Asian board of game stuff. The North American game board has... what is ours? KO... or K9. I don't remember what like the kindergarten level of game thing is. But there's baby games, everything teen, mature, and R, which you won't commercially see most of the time because those games aren't really sold publicly, but there are R-rated games, just they're not going to be in your local Walmart. That would be things like Manhunt and probably most of the hentai shit on Steam, if I'm being completely honest. I wonder what the latest actual R-rated public game was. Might be worth a check, but they don't exactly get a ton of news coverage unless they're really good, or they're just put on Steam because they can actually sell their product better there than trying to sell a physical copy of it. Guess it would just be on the ESRB, wouldn't it? ESRB R-rated games. Oh, sorry, it's not R, it's AO for adult-only rated games. There's not going to be many of them, though. I guess the latest one that's recorded on Wikipedia, at least, is Hatred, which, from what I recall, was that isometric shooter game? I know that ended up getting some physical releases and pissing people off a lot, but I don't remember what its full name was, because it kind of burned out really quickly. Okay, yeah, it is that isometric shooter. Glad I remembered that. Also, welcome to Venice. Apparently Destiny Child is +18, Nikki is +15 in Korea. Destiny Child, if I remember the game right, that does make sense. Yeah, it's rated mature here as well, so that's expected. Yeah, if you have to censor cleavage, there's probably some stuff that you're hiding.
Do you remember what I said to you before all this? That life is a series of journeys. That you must be true to yourself, for indeed, there's no telling what awaits.
Why are we not on this boat with Kryle?
I don't know about you, but I certainly didn't expect to behold such sights. The future is as fluid as the water beneath us.
Calm before mass murdering? More or less, yeah.
Tell me, my friend, have you ever wished to be reunited with someone who has passed away?
That's a deep question, Graha. I know there's plenty of people you want to be rematched with. Your story has been tragic.
I do. But I think, above all else, I wish that they had lived. If only for one more day. Just one more day.
Yeah.
A joyous one, if I could choose.
That's probably why everyone wants to.
Make it happen. I tried everything and spared nothing. In that manner, I was able to keep some few souls out of harm's way, but so many were beyond my power to save.
Sorry, Graha. There's a problem with immortality. That's why they won't let this happen in Final Fantasy without consequence.
And you? Can you imagine yourself spending eternity here, knowing no loss?
No. Unfortunately, that's a very fleeting story that people would want, but is never sustainable. Like, the entire problem that Sphene is having with this is that she's actively trying to power everyone's memories through technology, but she only has one energy source, and it's not an infinite energy source. Because what's the word? Solace, there's like a specific theory for an engine that is self-perpetuating and can power itself as well as generating new power on top of that, right? It's not the Dyson sphere, but there's like a specific term for it that I'm not remembering. Not non-Nukidian. There's like a name for a Dyson swarm. So I am actually right with the Dyson in there? Okay. But yeah, the thing that Sphene is needing is some kind of device like the Dyson Swarm or the Dyson Ring to perpetuate enough power to just continue feeding it into infinity. It's not a good system. Oh. It is unfortunately a system that has led a lot of people to their folly, and a lot of fiction where people have to just develop an energy source to power something. The code's not bad. Those Dyson devices surround a star to harness the star's energy. Yeah, that's not great at the end of the day. A Dyson sphere harnesses 100%, a swarm a percentage, and a ring is just a ring. Hmm. There, unfortunately, can never be a power source that is infinite, as much as people would actively want that. The laws of our universe just do not allow for the creation of energy without the expulsion of something else. And until we find that mythical way where we can create energy from nothing... Also, don't mind me, I'm just standing up. Until we hit that point where we can actually create energy from nothing, then the universe is just kind of bound to find some way to make it work. Even free energy isn't free at the end of the day. our machines for it will break down given time. Wind power is not a forever. Solar is not a forever. Those solar panels can break. The wind turbines can break. The oil used in the wind turbines to actually keep them flowing can rust up. I suppose it is a fun thought experiment with post-apocalypse theory. If the Earth is to ever just be raptured, how quickly does tech die out? Like, what time period you're actually looking at and what technology is there? How long would actually last if we weren't there to maintain it? Say it's like a iLegend? There were some more humans in iLegend. But the idea of being the sole human or one of the very few living humans, it's always a good thought experiment just to see what can actually happen when we're all gone. Actually, anime reference, we're a VTuber, we can make that. Girls' Last Tour. Girls' Last Tour is a good example of that. Spoilers, I guess. But Girls' Last Tour is a post-apocalypse story. It's very much a good post-apocalypse story, too. And I recommend people to read the manga for that. Please. They did a very good job with the manga on that one. But cute girls driving their admittedly cute motorcycle through the post-apocalypse. Pretty good. Oh, they're actually going over this point now. The fountains apparently used to put on magnificent shows, and I was hoping that we could get them working again. Giving the control units a dose of aether should be enough to restore the circuits and switch them on. But being an endless, I'm unable to do that. I realize this is a selfish request, but at the least, I'd like to treat the people here to the display. Sure, we can battery power your fountains for at least a little bit of joy for one session. Now let's see what we can do with that. Oh, the control unit's in the lamp? You really put it that far away? There we go. And now I'm assuming she needs to just turn it on since we juiced it up a little bit. Yeah? Or do they just need this to do a world swap? Or an instance swap, rather?
We've switched on the circuits like you asked.
Thank you, everyone. Hopefully, this does the trick.
She's actually got a bit of a lower voice than I figured she'd have. I wasn't sure if the robot was pitching her up at all.
Oh.
That's not a good sign. Oh. Never mind, we are going full on Twilight Town then. Sure, Twilight Town is also a good allegory for this.
Amazing. Wow. Look, Mother, look.
I wonder if the sound design team from Kingdom Hearts actually did this, because there's a lot of similarities between this and a lot of Kingdom Hearts themes. Or the reverse, if these guys worked on Kingdom Hearts at all.
It's beautiful. I've never seen anything like it.
Aaronville's going through a hell of a lot of trauma right now. He's spending the last few minutes with his mom possible, but she's gonna be dead in, like, presumably 20 minutes. Ooh. Yep.
Where are you? Wuklamat!
Yep, her and her good old days. No surprise that she's here.
By the gods, it's Namika.
Yep. Her nursemaid back when she was actually able to nurse.
Begging your pardon, but I'm looking for a child. A small Shibrali girl. Have you seen her by chance?
She's right there.
You are Namika, aren't you? It's me, Wuklamat. Don't you recognize me?
This is where we learn that the memories only go so far.
Oh, what am I to do? The child and I, we aren't related by blood, but she's as dear to me as my own.
Oof. She's actually hosting a universe where everyone is limited to what actually played back during their youth. That's not great.
It's all right. You found her. I'm here.
Wuklamat, girl. Oh, wait.
You? Could it be?
She is a new Endless, so she's probably still a little
Namika.
confused.
You know these eyes, this voice. It's me, Wuklamat.
Oh! It is you! Oh, how silly of me. But if you're here, then that means...
Hmm.
No. I'm still alive.
Oh, good. Thank the gods for that.
You're welcome,
What
Namika.
power has brought us together again? This isn't a dream, is it?
Doesn't appear to be.
It's not a dream. Or rather, it is a dream come true. I so wanted to hear your voice one more time.
Oh, don't phrase it like that, Wook.
Just look at you, my Wuklamat. Stronger and more assured than I've ever seen. Such hazards you must have braved and hardships endured to come so far.
It was tough, but I made it thanks to my friends.
Correct.
And to you, Namika.
How do their
I'm the
bodies
person
work?
I am now because you always believed in me. Because you loved me as if I were your own daughter. Thank you. Thank you. You were everything I could have asked for. The best mother.
I'm so glad.
Why is she glowing? Oh. What? Why did she just become 80?
Looking back, I've had a blessed life. And it was because I was a part of yours.
I guess this kind of whole thing plays into the memory bank
I
situation.
lost my child to illness. I thought I'd never know happiness again. But it rekindled in my breast the instant you smiled your little smile at me. You became my purpose, my joy.
Good. She deserved a decent mother, with the slightly weird life she's had.
You're mine too.
To have this chance to speak with you again and leave nothing unsaid. I know not how or why, but I am grateful. So grateful. Where you must go, I cannot follow. But know that I'll always be with you. Take care of yourself. Promise me.
I will. Mama. I will.
She does at least deserve a happy ending in this case.
And one day, we'll meet again.
Actually, that's a good point. If destroying the main databank, will that release their souls? Or just leave the memories to disappear? I hope it doesn't delete the souls.
I understand
that would
my
be
spirit
nice.
Cannot bear to let them go. But as painful as it is to part, we're meant to live and die. To let go and let others carry on in our stead. We can't cling to everything forever.
I guess we'll see once we actually destroy this place, because I'm assuming that's what the dungeon is. The dungeon will be going through here, the boss will end up being Sphene at the top. That's kind of what they're playing up right now. Also, we're just going to use the traditional Viper trenchcoat for the last bit of this, just for theming. It'll probably be good to actually see Jude's face as well. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting end of tale. I'm not sure how exactly they're going to wrap up Sphene's story, but they can't keep this up. This is very much a faultable system that is just waiting for one bad day to fall apart. I haven't actually been looking for the Aether Currents at all while I've been here either. Everybody dies the end. I mean, that is basically what should happen. These people have been living for eons past when they should because there's a functional soul battery keeping them alive. I'm not sure how you could justify keeping them up. There we go. I guess I'll just come back in my own time and grab the rest of the Aether Currents, because I'd wager this still has like the full set of them. So we'll probably need to grab... Yeah, it's still got the full set. Okay. Ah, the curse of immortality. There always has to be a pavement for living, unfortunately. Nothing can live in a perpetuity. Not even the earth itself can. Dirt withers. Trees die. The individual components of it may not, but, like, we're kind of working on the ship of Theseus philosophy here. If a forest just keeps growing trees, is it the same forest kind of thing? Wow. Upon shutting down the hydro terminal, it will not be possible to restore Canal Town to its present form. Are you certain you wish to shut down the terminal? Yes. These people need to sleep. This part has to be voiced, right? This is going to be the most soul-crushing thing possible. For a moment, I used to think that it's just something people who are afraid of dying trying to tell themselves. Nope. There really are some truths to that curse. There are, yeah. That's partly why immortality is usually just seen as a curse. Oh, they don't even have robot bodies here. They are literally just floating programs. Okay. Oof. Now this looks like a battleground. Also...
Sleep tight, everyone.
Yeah, you should be disappearing too, Kafka. Okay, so either I missed something or she lied. Why are you still up, Kafka? You are one of the Endless. You should be disappearing. Oh, she's probably powered by something else. This area is gone. Ancient Shiny used to go nuts for it. You should see the kinds of things they tried doing. Oh, yeah, when it comes down to it, like, if you look into various bits of Chinese myth, or even if you're looking at, like, Korean manhwa, or... I think... I don't remember what the word for the Chinese comics are, but... like, Chinese stories or Korean stories that deal with martial arts stuff tends to go into a lot regarding immortality. Oh, okay. Manhwa? Korean webcomics, basically. Just to shorten that to something that's more explainable. Korean webcomics is manhwa? Oh, am I just pronouncing it incorrectly? That's entirely possible. I don't usually talk to people about it. Manhwa is for Chinese. Well, I guess I'm saying the right word, just for the wrong thing. Oops. Why has no one stopped me up till this point, then, I wonder? Oot. I mean, they do sound similar. Yeah. How is the other one pronounced, then? Because of the Chinese one is manhwa. Maybe they thought you were right? Maybe. Oh well. Either way, Korean or Chinese-based stories tends to have a bit of an alignment when it comes to immortality, just because they always have it in some form or another. It just depends on what method they're actually taking to get it working. Oh, go away, Outrunner. I know there's a couple of regressor stories that I haven't checked in a while that I probably should give a reread through. What were those two? Oh, hi Asa. Welcome in. Hopefully the evening's running well. I'm just checking things at the moment, but how are things on your side? Let's see. Regressor stories that were featured in China or Korea. Return of the Mad Demon is a good one. That's a regressor story about a Chi master trying to actively save the world from another major Chi fighter that was just able to destroy it all. And that's based in, I think, China? And then there was another one as well. They do ponder a lot. They still do with the isms, thinking philosophies in the country. Yeah. Dude. My polar bear looks lovely in this dead city. See, it wanted us to go southeast, so... Oh. There we go. But yeah, everyone having a good night so far. It is Thursday at least, so you're almost through the work week if you do have a traditional 9 to 5. Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Tour Guide. Sure, we can toss in a coin. Thank you, buddy. We made a mish. Almost the work days since I'm working Saturday and Sunday. Oh, sorry to hear. But at least you only work 2 days a week. Yeah, even though I'm assuming they're relatively long working days. You think it's part-time? I mean, you're working Saturday and Sunday, so it kind of has to be part-time. Oh, 6 to 7. Yeah. 12 to 14 is very much still part-time. I think it's only around the 30-hour mark where you're close to full-time. I'm not sure if it requires 40 for it to be considered full, but... generally have to hit closer to 30. Or above 30, rather. I meant 6 to 7 hours a day. Yeah. That would still be considered part-time, since you're only doing that for 2 days a week. But around 12 is still part? Yeah. Later, buddy. I need some time to do this trailer. Well, yeah. Generally speaking, doing any art project requires a lot of actual time, so... Welcome to the world of arting, everybody. Where putting out your drawings and putting out your products actually requires you to sell your soul. need to go back there. Oh, lookout spot. I'd sell my soul for shift up. Oh, if there was actively a devil people could make deals with for just some kind of gain, there would be people who took advantage of it. It is very believable how easily people would sell their soul just to get something. Is actually a gemstone trader here? Do androids have a soul? That depends on the context. Because unfortunately, that answer can be yes or no, depending on how the universe is built. In my universe, the answer is both yes or no. Because, yeah, I do. Not all of us do, but I do. The Judicial Utility Droid Mark III line doesn't have, like, a known quantity of people with souls in them. Because I guess your soul is trapped in the USB. Pretty much, yeah. It was trapped in a USB, plugged into the back of my neck, and loaded in for all the fun to see. And that way I could interact with the NAS Corporation and try and learn their secrets behind their back. Unfortunately, I fucked up because I realized that I was not going to last very long in there. Without some kind of acting career. Self-sentience is a bitch. After a fashion, Yesterland was themed upon a period of peace before the storm surge had engulfed it in a world of conflict. So in a way, you're kind of like these people? In a sense, the people here are more... They're digital memories, and they do seem to at least learn from it, so in that sense we're the same. But they are not in a physical body at all. They are the equivalency of walking programs right now, which is really hard to think of, but... Like, when you turn off the memory vault and they all just vanish without leaving any, like, android behind, like Sphene does, then that kind of implies that they are just sentient programs, kind of like Trons are. And we're just able to visit this space because it's technically a living area. So Sim? I don't actually know what that's referencing. Hold on. Are they aware that they're in a game? Some of them are, yeah. I'm not sure if all of them are. Actually, no, they all should be. They're aware of the fact that all of their stuff is digitally flavored. So they know that stuff is just being programmed to them. I don't need to know about a SIM card. There has to be a fiction based on this. I just don't know how to search for it. Enchanting Floor Fiasco. Fiasco? Fresco. Okay. The beautiful artwork on the ground depicts a swirl of stars. Perhaps such a sight was once visible in the Alexandrian night sky. Okay, fair enough. A child. We're just talking about Sir Otis. Do you know him? He's a bit of an odd and doesn't get jokes, but he's really strong and can vanquish fiends in a flash. He's probably out there fighting right now. When I grow up, I want to be strong like him. You know, it's some endgame stuff when you're tasked to eliminate an entire civilization. Yeah. And a quest name like the Land of Dreams isn't exactly subtle either. Resembles those that lie submerged in the heritage found. The windows are composed of a colorful array of stained glass. Speaking of, windows like that would be nasty. At least the cost of that would be nasty. Custom stuff like that, especially for your entire house. $100%, I don't want to make that decision. If I'm in that crew. Someone else make the call, then I'll do it. Did I miss a message? Oh. To end the entire civilization. Got it. Yeah, no, that's not exactly an easy decision to make. Shoot. I can hear it, but... to the southeast? Oh, there it is. I was about to say I'm looking up, but... It's unfortunately not a first decision on our end. I think we have had to kill a near full generation of people by this point. Same dilemma I encountered in Rogue Trader. You'll see when you play it. Somehow I'm not surprised there would be a full genocide ending to Rogue Trader. I mean, it is Warhammer. Yeah. It do be Warhammer. Everybody do be evil. Oh, hey, it's Otis. In, like, a regular body. Okay. How can you not have it? I mean, just because it went on sale doesn't mean I can instantly buy things, Nano. I'm not rich. Unfortunately, in this economy, unless you are obscenely well off, being on your own tends to not be the easiest task in the world. Oh, I mean the genocide decision? Oh, okay. My brain is not braining properly lately. Dude. But yeah, genocide is a pretty easy question for Warhammer. That entire story is just based on the idea of murdering an entire race of people just that way you can power your car.
I know not who you are, but my thanks for your timely aid.
Hey, kiddos.
Your boat's so strong.
Not just any car, mind you. A race car.
And you too, mister.
Hey, you're welcome, kiddo.
Ha ha ha! Fiends such as these are naught to be feared.
Yeah, Otis was just a guy.
Well then, dealt with it already, have you?
Hey, Wook.
Be at ease, one and all. So long as I, Sir Otis, live and breathe, no citizen shall come to harm.
Also, fun comparison point. With the Endless putting people in their state of minds based on what time period of their life they think they should be in, a man from 400 years ago interacting with people that are probably like 20-year-olds in this universe now says a lot about how much he sticks out specifically. Because he was put back in this system like 370 years ago or so.
Otis!
Good shield, though. Healthy coat of arms.
Could you really be that Otis?
Yeah. I figured he was just a human.
I'm certain I do not know what you mean by that, Otis. I am who I am, and I should very much like to know who you are.
His shield is rusty, though.
You're Sir Otis Villona, Lord Captain of the Royal Knights of Alexandria, yes? We met you while searching for Gululja. You cooked a most delicious repast for us. Fought beside us in Solution 9.
He's not going to remember any of that, though, is he?
Gululja. Solution 9. I've never heard of such things. These events of which you speak are utterly unknown to me, as are you. I'm quite confident I would recall if we had met before.
Yeah, probably.
Could this be? Villainy! You seek to bewilder me for purposes most foul!
No, we just wanted to say hi because you were friendly before.
No villainy intended, I swear. Tell me I'm not mad. This is definitely the Otis we know, right?
Yeah, it is. He was subjected to the program, but an earlier version, he won't remember his time as a machine. Yeah. Because this is probably the copy of the Endless that was made for him after the successful experiment. There was probably testing done with that robot as to why he existed for 400 years.
No time for this. I must attend to my preparations for the founding celebration.
Granted, good armor design. I'd wear that if I was a paladin.
Done begged that I perform in the marquee play, and I cannot possibly disappoint them. I take my leave of you. Good day.
Yeah, you have fun, Otis. You deserve your time in the spotlight in your actual body.
Founding celebration?
Probably an ongoing play to remember something to do with Queen's Fiend. The Knights of Alexandria. Sure, let's see what the Knight of Alexandria are up to. All things considered, we're probably going to have to fight them to actually get to Queen's Fiend, so if this is going to be another fight against Otis, then I'm going to be quite sad to see what kind of paladin bullshit he pulls out of his pocket. Let's see. We're gonna have to get into that castle. How easy is it to get into this castle, though? Because I'm seeing a lot of walls. Ah, there's a staircase. Okay. Hello? Is there a play happening? Can we have some fun with that? Random collection of Lalafels. Good outfits, too. Makes me think of ye old English. Also, hi, Otis. You want a hand? What you thinking, buddy? Are you harmed? Are you unharmed? To which Her Highness replies with her winsome smile. I am, thanks to you, my dearest Otis. You good, buddy? He's trying. You gotta give him that. For a 300-year-old knight to just be acting in a play. Yes, us again. Don't worry, we're a persistent stalker. A scene in which I struggle. Oh, hi, Wook. We're in dire need of assistance. For this edition of the celebration, there is to be a play about the history of our realm for the children's enjoyment. But with fewer of us being given form, we haven't enough hands to carry out the production. Thus, I have been tasked with not only writing the script, but performing as myself besides. I mean, we can be stagehands, right? We've slaughtered gods and toppled monarchies. We can probably do a little bit of backstage work. Anything to make the children happy. Correct. This one should be suitable. Alright, Otis. Give us the tea. Let's see what you got. Oh, he just forced glamour chained us, didn't he? Okay. Hi there, Will Clement, and hello, costume that we'll probably get from a raid or something. Also, how did he change our glamour if we aren't part of the Endless? Let's have you don your costume at once. Okay, if Will Clement's getting the elephant, what am I getting? I'm getting the rabbit suit, which is an outfit that I think I have on a couple characters already. I wonder if I got the rabbit just because I'm playing a Lalafell, because they don't actually comment at all on the outfit. Lalafells really are the blessed Toto race. Okay. I do like that we're glamored as these animals, but we're still actively allowed to keep the weapons on hand. It's like, don't worry, I'm just a little bunny rabbit with some knives. I ain't gonna do nothing to you, I swears. That great big golden statue is exactly what she looks like. That's what my mom told me, and she's a scientist. My mom also told me that the terminal is just a tomb. Her Majesty must watch over us all the time from there. A play about the realm's founding? I love history. That sounds great. I'll let my mom know so that we can go and watch together. Thank you, Mr. Rabbit. And a free lookout spot while we're here. Oh, really? I can't... What do you mean I can't do a lookout while I'm wearing a guise? I have to go back down the tower anyways. Hey, buddy. I had to take off my costume because of slightly outdated mechanics. Thank you. Let's see. A quiet girl. Oh. Hello there, Mr. Rabbit. What's the matter? The play I know about. They sometimes have performances over at the castle. I've seen it before, so I was going to give it a miss, but if you say it's special this time, then alright, I'll go. Alrighty. Another one down to the circus. The chatty girl. Okay. Hey, look, it's Rabbit. What is it? You want to play with us too, do you? There's going to be a play about Queen's Fiend? I want to see it. We'll head over to the castle right away. Thank you for telling us. Bye-bye. Thank you for not actually counting the Lollapell as children. They can be adults. Let's see. Where are the other two? A listless boy. Guess no groceries for you then. Okay, listless boy is good. And who else? I guess someone who's just hanging out by the garden with his buddy. Hello. A rabbit? You shall rue the day you've crossed paths with this royal knight. Don't worry about it. Gonna be a play with knights and stuff? Come on, let's go watch. We can ride the air cab later. Alright, later kids. I'd imagine this can go away. Alright, Otis, we have now invited the children to come see your play. Promoting the play is my stead. I could memorize the lines to my satisfaction. I'm grateful beyond measure. You almost blew our cover. Look, you gotta be careful about that. Definitely not. I've never done anything like that, and I don't think I can learn such lines on such short notice. What I have in mind for the two of you is a little sword play, a duel between Alexandrian and Lindblum's soldiers. It is certain to please the children, and without the need for words. I mean, sure, we can fight. How about you, Lindblum scum? It's for the kids, come on. I wonder how serious they're actually going to make this duel, though. Because, like, we could just destroy this place by us fighting. Although I am a little curious. Oh, no, I had an idea. It's gone already. Oh, well. $300 to the east? We're going there anyways. Oop. Let's see. It's 230, 223 still. That's going to be another castle wall to hop over. Which we can't do here, but we're going to have to go in there somehow, so let's try and figure that out. Okay. Now where is the windy thing? Is it down here by chance? Oh no, southeast. It's up there. There it is. Hello, windy thing. How are we 2.5 hours in already? Final Fantasy, you're not eating that much time. Do I actively push just to get the credits tonight? The 100 level quests do start right after this, so probably. Because we haven't done much except for just doing idle talking today.
Well, this seems to be the right place. What's on the program, I wonder?
I've also got crackers as a snack.
And where are the others, for that matter?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tonight's performance is a story that takes place long, long ago.
Does it now?
A great conflict rages over precious electrope.
I like his rolling, though.
Of Alexandria has been embroiled in the chaos. When the royal capital comes under siege, the kingdom's valiant knights lay their lives on the line for their beloved Princess Sphene.
Oh, back when she was a princess. Okay.
Handkerchiefs at hand. Now, without further ado,
Oh, there's a Wook. Ooh, they do actually just give you a preview of what the armor looks like on your character. Okay.
yeah, it's a royal knight.
That's gonna be armor you can purchase off of the Mog Station. It actually looks pretty good on Wook, too.
I beg your pardon? What a twist!
Unbelievable.
I'm sorry, Aaronville. I know things are sad right now, but unless they give us this just as a glam. No words, huh? Good work, Wook.
You must flee! All of you!
Oh, hey. Perfect, a Lalafell to go along with our knight. Oh, there's Otis. Hey, buddy.
Are you unharmed?
Oh, I am, thanks to you, my dearest Otis.
She's got the voice for it, though.
My dearest? And so, in no small part, due to the valor of the royal knights, the kingdom succeeds in repelling the invaders.
That was a very quick play.
But their jubilation proves short-lived.
Are we gonna have the invasion
For
as
in
well?
that defiance, the enemy unleashes a forbidden weapon which brings about a terrible calamity. Full many lose their lives.
Including the king and queen.
Fiend, shining vision of hope among them.
That is how the Lalafels actually die in game too, so that's not a custom animation or anything. Ooh. You're really gonna give this sentient robot PTSD? Come on, man. That's just rude.
Go to her! You're supposed to go to her!
Missed that. Yeah.
What's happening? Is it over already?
This is what happens when your civilization is built off a bank of memories.
And then, though the people grieved their queen's tragic passing, guided by her legacy of compassion.
No, but
Oh boy.
PTSD exists.
Hand to overcome an age of hardship, and in time, they built a peaceful and prosperous Alexandria. A new Alexandria.
She's trying. At least give her the benefit of the doubt. She's trying. Well, the Lalafell just lays there dead on the ground. But yeah, building an entire bank of memories off of stuff.
The memories. They had me in a vice grip.
Correct. That is PTSD, friend. That's gonna happen if your sentience is fully remembered all of the goddamn time.
If I may ask, during your improvisation, you spoke of a new Alexandria.
Correct.
And so I'm given to wonder, do you hail from a time after mine own?
Yep.
We do. And we're living people, not endless.
My word, that I should meet the living in this place. There is another question I dread to speak aloud. A question I couldn't bring myself to pose to newcomers out of fear of the truth.
That's fair.
Alexandria. Does it still exist?
Barely.
It does. It isn't quite the place you knew, but it endures. The descendants of your people walk its streets and live each day to the fullest as proud Alexandrians.
The nicest way to break what is functionally confidentiality clauses.
They live. We live. I had failed to protect my queen, but to hear that, it brings me a measure of peace.
You did your best, Otis. You did your best.
You were there too, Otis. That is an incarnation of you.
Of me? That's absurd. But wait, something comes back to me. When they were researching a means to resurrect Her Majesty, memory preservation or some such, I volunteered to be a test subject.
Okay, so he knows where the breaking point is.
No. It is a fog I cannot pierce. But pray, tell me, this incarnation of myself, what was he like?
He was a proud lizard man, robot. He was a brave soul who protected his queen to the last. God, both of those answers are good, though. He was a proud and valiant knight of the realm, or he was a brave soul who protected his queen to the end. They're both good. Just let me just say both.
That's not all. He was a father in all but name to the new king, Gululja. Whatever you may have failed to do, you're the noblest of souls, Otis. And your deeds, your sacrifice, gave us hope that we sorely needed.
Correct. And a healthy laugh on the guy, too.
Verily, there can be no other way to describe it.
It is. It really is. We bear the legacy of your other self, and we'd be glad to bear yours as well.
My, what comfort you offer! With such dependable souls to take up my shield, I may rest easy indeed.
Oh, they're aware that we're actively trying to kill them all?
I beg you, watch over our new king.
Damn. Okay, I didn't think they actually knew.
Changed, my queen. To her final moment, grief darkened her gentle countenance. I've not the honor of knowing Gululja, but I pray that for all his days, he shall have cause to smile.
We'll see to it he does, Otis. I swear.
Well, thank you for your service, Otis. You are technically one of the souls who should persist for at least a couple minutes after we do this, but probably not going to be very long. Oh, wait, I need to go here, don't I? God, this place looks so good when the lights are on. It's a shame you gotta just shut it all down for part of the plot. I honestly wonder if there are people who are actually leaving this place active just so they can take pictures in here. Because the actual arena for all of this is way too good to just give up. No, I'll do what I can do. It's just the fonder you are of someone, the harder it is to say farewell. Well, goodbye, Geoform. You shall be missed. And may Otis's soul actually rest in peace for the second time we watch him die in this expansion.
That night, he was the one who looked after Gululja. And now you follow in his footsteps.
And those of others as well. We've come to know how much Sven's people loved her, how much they yearned for peace. All of this we'll carry with us.
I see.
Alrighty. Time to shut down Zhongli. Sorry, Genshin Impact fans, but this setup, I think I'd cry if I knew the build-up. Maybe, yeah. If you're a bit more of an emotionally available person, this probably would hurt a lot harder. Ugh. God, that hurts, though. And now all the fun music is gone, because everybody's dead. Time to pull the plug on Zhongli. Sorry, Gramps, I need to charge my Switch. Yeah, pretty much. And here we go. Last Bastion, baby. We're in the level 100 quests now. Alrighty, off to the Firelands. We'll get to see what this future space actually imagines Solace's kitchen to look like, so... Hopefully speaking, this is actually a good representation, so that way Solace won't have to sue. Let's see here. Almost feel like I would just need light to see in there. Two to the south. Okay. So, somewhere around there then? That won't kill me, so... Sorry, Polar Bear. I'm assuming then it'll be stuck in buildings again? Is that what we determined last time? No. Not seeing it. Where is it? To the east. So over here? By the tree? Oh, the Ferris wheel. Behind the Ferris wheel? North. Oh, there it is. I guess I have to at least fight one of them. Nope. There we go. Goodbye, Acrocat. That thing was just a cat with rainbow wings, huh? Okie doke. 1,000 to the northwest, so somewhere up there then. Yeah, that's a healthy amount away. I guess we've gotten everything on this peninsula. Now, what's this quest about? A lively lass. God damn it, I'm trying to talk to another cat. Stop attacking me, cat. Just finished setting up a brand new game for my friends and they've gone and disappeared. Unbelievable. It took me ages to think of all the clues and hide them around town. Oof. Really, you're gonna have me go on a search during that? Okay, sure, we can search for some little bits and pieces. Actually, no, I'll worry about flight later. Let's just continue with the main quest, and I'll just keep that for later. We can probably finish by midnight, if memory serves. Leave me alone. Oh. Did they actually just hide it right where you needed to go anyways? Oh, second riddles. Okay. Nah, we'll just zip back to the lights, please and thanks. All the lights and the carefully crafted music. Oh, she is hacking her way through all of this. Okay. I'll talk to the guard and they'll let you in. AKA, I will hack the robots to not recognize what you look like. Okay. Getting a little bit of South American influence on this. Or Spanish. I guess the clapping is more Spanish, isn't it? Oh god, this is a familiar fucking song. Yeah, that's super fucking common. Okay. However, muy caliente. Although, where is she housed? That's my main question. Because I still feel like she should not be able to persist in these places. Oh, bunny boy? Yeah, Aaronville's probably just working through his demons right now. Because these are functionally, the way it's been sold at least, the last moments he's ever going to have with his mother. So, I mean, yeah, it's probably not great knowing that we're going to have to actively kill his mother to save the world. But, sorry, buddy. Granted, having an active lava flow as part of your attraction is a little risky. Thought I saw Kafka heading left, though. Well, I guess we're going that way, then. Let's see what we got in the volcano lands. Solace, would you at least say this is on the equivalent side of your bedroom right now? It's not too hot, but there are some pretty hot guys wandering around. That was actually a very bad comparison point. Either way, does this look like home? Didn't think they would reuse that model. That's actually a dungeon boss, now that I'm thinking about it, for that skeleton. Hot guys walking around the beach? Yeah, actually, the beach would be more comparable. There's just sky bridges walking up above. And a Roman arena. Okay. Why is there just a random arena in the volcano? With 2 Lalafelian fighters. Okay. 2 Lalafelian summoners? Heh, you fucked up, buddy. You shouldn't cast long when someone's not actually doing something like that on their own. Silly Lalafell. You gotta learn your battle tactics.
Rather resembles Arcanima, wouldn't you agree?
Indeed. While similar arts could have developed independently across reflections, this verges on being identical.
Where's the ref? Probably in the sky somewhere? That's Kryl's parents. That's a problem. Yeah, we've seen that before. Would they actively remember giving up their child?
Something wrong?
Yeah. Kryl, those are your parents. I'm sorry.
Do we know each other from somewhere?
Come on, dear.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I must be going.
All things considered, that's semi-fair.
Wait,
They only knew her as an infant.
You're new here, I gather. It may seem strange at first, but give it time. You'll grow accustomed to it soon enough.
No, I'm not. Rather, I'm, Oh, what can I say?
You've got the earring, so I mean...
Of course. This earring. Do you recognize it?
Impossible.
There we go. Okay, they do remember.
Kryl. When I was a baby, I was taken from this world to another, where I grew up without knowledge of my past. I know not how much time has passed for you, and, things may not be as you expect them to be, but I'm here now. I found my way back.
She gets a bit of story, at least.
It contained a code with which I was able to reopen the gate. And I did. And I'm here. And...
Could it be as she claims?
She's not lying. I can tell. And there is no mistaking the earring.
I mean, it's good that's in their memories. Yeah. So,
Grown, my darling daughter.
So, Lalafelian aging does not really matter much. They will always be these angry little gnomes.
It has been 20 years.
Never seen a profile view of the Lalafell before. I think it's mostly just her specific face, to be honest with you. But yeah, when you've got like a tiny race of people, you're gonna miss some viewpoints.
I'm Robor, and this is Alila, your mother. Doubtless we have a mountain of questions for each other, but perhaps we can take this somewhere quieter? The heat wells, for instance. There's a spot there where we can relax and chat.
Okay, wrapped up my trailer work. Well, that's good. How much more work do you think you got on it? Or are things done and dusted in this case? Okay, still got a bit to go. Completely understandable. At least a month? Yeah. Hmm. Because I also have to clean up that shot. There are no cleanup artists available. Ugh. Having to do your own cleanup is not an easy pill to swallow. That's a fair enough assessment. You think you'll be able to get that done within a month, though? Because I know cleanup can take a while. Yeah, you think so? Okay. Well, ganbatte and all that. Wishing you the best of luck on cleanup, because that is not simple on animation. If the following month is uneventful? I mean, it's only the beginning of the school year. What could possibly happen? Also, gay pools. Lovely. Good thing I'm not a student. Technically true, but that doesn't mean things won't be happening around because of that. Gratia, my colleague in the students of Baldesion. And this is Jude, an adventurer. Though that hardly does him justice, he's the most dependable of friends to whom I owe my life. I'm sure that won't start any fanfictions. Clearly have a great deal of thanks to give. Yes, you do. I've saved your daughter on at least 2 occasions. Also, Sis just got her license, so I won't have to drive her to school or pick her up after. There you go. It's always nice when you don't have to play the DD. That's 1 hour of your day freed. That's pretty good. It's really half an hour. Well, I guess for the whole day, so 15 minutes back and forth. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess it's just a good thing your sister has come responsible enough to drive. That's at least important. Bop. Yeah, man. Hmm. Okay. A little bit of food hunting. Oh, by the Aetheryte. Okay, yeah, we can go by the Aetheryte. I am sadly just a robot, so I haven't really had to worry much about driving. I can kind of just walk everywhere without having to worry about it, so the shoes definitely get a lot of work. Doot. Although cars do tend to solve a good amount of problems, so if you can afford it. I also had to bring her to the gym and other places, so it's much more than an hour a day driving her. Oof, okay. A little rude that you had to take her to the gym as well, but I suppose that's just the fun of having family. But I think she's also been paying attention to my driving, so it's all just learning sessions. That's even better, all things considered. Oh, did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I mean, she has the membership, so you can't really stay at home. You gotta get your money's worth. Yeah. Unfortunately, but yeah. My inventory's a mess. I guess that's kind of why I canceled my PlayStation subscription. Just because it was kind of pointless to pay that when I hadn't touched the PS4 in long enough that the controller is covered in dust. And I may end up doing that with the Switch one too. Although it's not quite as pricey, but yeah. Deliver the ice cream to Kryl before time runs out. You have 2 minutes and 5 seconds to complete the task. That is a weirdly specific number for that. Actually have us. It does actually have us holding ice cream. Okay. This is fine. Hello, I has ice cream. Kryl, just know this won't taste like anything.
Never did we imagine that such a reward awaited us. Isn't that so, Robor?
Yes.
Your husband does seem confused, though.
Oh, don't mind your father. Like me, he's still getting used to seeing you all grown up.
Oh boy, she's been a scholar for far too long that she has zero social battery.
This is just excruciating.
Sorry,
Yes,
Kryl.
Well, a 20-year blank is not so quickly filled.
Oh, they're actually gonna age drop her. Okay.
There's got to be something we can do.
Don't look at me. I just murder gods. I don't know how to talk to people. There's a distinct difference in our skill set.
I might have an idea.
What are you doing, Graha? Are you gonna make the pools explode? Should we be concerned? Did he just change out? Oh no, he didn't.
Raha?
Hi, Ra. He just fucking scarfs it in front of them. What's the benefit there, dude?
What is he doing?
He is eating the equivalency of just ice, so... Just play it up, Kryle.
You needn't force yourself.
It doesn't taste of anything to the living, surely.
The imagination does wonderful things.
No, it's delicious. I mean it. I've never tasted anything so good.
Although, interesting take that you
It
can...
really does taste so much better when we're all together.
How do you digitally flavor your food?
Yes, indeed.
Like, this is still a physical object, it just tastes like nothing unless you're this digital consciousness that knows it should taste good. Oh, wait. That literally answers my question. It's already programmed in there.
How about you?
That's such a waste of materials, though. Like, just think about that. Churning ice and coloring it
We've never felt so happy
in
all
that
our
level of
lives.
quantity.
We don't know how to thank you.
I'm imagining flavor
At the very
DLC.
least, we can give you some answers.
Ugh.
You've risked so much and come so far for them.
EA opening a burger chain. I can honestly see it. Or Ubisoft opening an ice cream parlor.
You are researching a power called interdimensional fusion. Will you tell us about it?
Now coming to a...
To begin, at
What would you
the
even
very
call it?
beginning, there is a legend passed down by our people, the Milala.
McDonald's? McDonald's, where your mayonnaise comes at a 50-cent upcharge.
World. Our homeland was a paradise of eternal summer. The flowers were always in bloom.
I would call it Flavortown.
Until, that is,
I mean, yeah, Guy Fieri can't exactly sue you for the name, so...
as those around them froze to death, our ancestors looked to a mighty relic for salvation. By its power, they opened a portal and used it to flee to another reality.
Okay. That would be the cup, then.
The key is none other than that relic. And it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Okay, so the Lalafels are the most powerful race, then.
When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did.
Let it be known, we are the master
No
race.
matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
We keep hearing this
Desperate as
preservation
we were,
group.
We accepted their help, only to later discover their ulterior motive.
Yeah.
To plunder other worlds of ether. Seeking to frustrate their plans, we defected from the Order. And as their agents closed in on us, we seized control of the prototype gate and activated it.
So while you were still alive, is when you brought Kryle over.
already know. We sent our daughter and the key through the portal, entrusting them to the men we encountered. You were born with an unusual gift, you see. Upon learning of it, Preservation sought to subject you to experiments.
Oh. What gift, though?
An unusual gift.
Oh.
The Echo, I dare say.
Yeah, the Echo does a lot in 14. Not many people have it, but the ones who do just seem to be near psychic.
Our people, the Milala. Are there any ways I might learn more about them?
There are, such as visiting the cavern inside the volcano. Our ancient homeland has been recreated there.
Okay.
While it's intended to serve as an entertaining diversion, it ought to teach you a thing or two about our history and traditions.
May we go there? Selfish though it may be, I should love
Dinner
to learn
time?
of my ancestors.
Alright, sounds good, Nano. Enjoy your foods.
Of them. And of the legacy my parents entrusted to
We
me.
may still be going when you get back. I kinda want to finish this tonight if we can.
Sure, by all means. As it happens, it's on the way to our destination.
Because we are at the last little block, technically. I think we're at the point where we're at like 7 quests left, with the last one being the dungeon trial. Ugh, no. With wait times and run times. That alone should take 2 hours. Fuck it, we'll see. Dude. Far be it from us to be wary about walking into an active volcano to learn about the gnomes, but sure, we'll see. There we go. I don't care about materia anyways, but I guess piety? See. Yeah, we're on the last 5. We can probably make it tonight. Well, it wouldn't be the first time my thumbnails are wrong, so sure. Let's do a quick bit of reading, shall we? Learn about the Melala. So we've got the Lalafell, we've got the dwarves, we've got the Melala. We've got a few different names for Lalafell across the universes. Random friendly android. With an ass. Still not sure why they actually have a butt in the first place, but sure. Huzzah! We have a tour robot. Who needs a microphone in your ear when you can have a robot talk to your face? Visit tour facility take the form of a quiz tour, so the correct answer is follow the instructions of your guide. I guess it's a robot, but a bit more of a primitive one. But sure, lead on. We'll be watching, we'll be waiting. Oh. It does actually just give you reading pads, huh? Interesting. So I guess if you do actively... Oh, if we shut down this, that's going to shut down those terminals, isn't it? I'm sure it's documented somewhere. I can always read up on it. Hot damn, that is some good stained glass. God, that would cost a fortune to actually do, too. Okay. She's enshrined here with the sacred relic she wielded. In this place, they performed rituals dedicated to the dreams that one day they might return to their ancestral home. If such a wondrous power existed, I can only imagine what great feats it could be used to achieve. Now then, it's time for a history quiz. There are 4 braziers in this room, each of which is accompanied by a panel bearing a statement. If you believe a statement is true, then you must light the brazier by operating the panel. Without further ado, please nominate a representative and begin. Okay. Praying fervently upon the sacred relic, the speaker opened a portal through which our people fled. However, she alone had to remain behind in order to sustain the power. Yeah. Don't believe the relic holder has to stay behind. They can seemingly come through. When lightning threatened the world, we Malala turned to our relic once more. Invoking its power, we opened a portal and returned to our ancient homeland. That's a no. I'm going to assume that they were called to help with the Electrum problem, though. Drum roll. Hey, we guessed right. We are aware of the existence of shard worlds, umbral calamities, and interdimensional fusion. For an event that froze the seas, the 5th umbral calamity comes to mind, that which ushered in the Age of Endless Frost. And legend holds that, during that age, the entire population of the South Sea Isles were vanished overnight. The art of Arcanium, too, traces its roots to the calamity of the South Seas Islanders. While we cannot outright conclude that these people were the Malalas, there are at least enough points of similarity to support the theory. Okay. So Kryl might be from the source in the first place. Well, no, she would still be an Alexandrian, but the Malala race may have originally been from the source, ported to Alexandria, and then had the cup stolen from them so they could no longer use their power. So I guess in a roundabout way, the Alexandrians are from the source too. So their souls might be saved when we do the Great Unplugging. Hopefully. Oh. Okay, fine, I'll just run. I was gonna get on the polar bear to avoid this, but I guess not. Dude. Do. Come to the most enigmatic location in the museum. Kind of looks like Goron stuff. While it is known as the Speaker's Rest, everything else remains a mystery. No one knows what purpose it served, not even the Malala themselves. Isn't it though? Some have suggested this place is purely the creation of the facility's designer, that it didn't exist in the Malala homeland. It's generally believed, however, that the adornments upon the walls are masks that represent the emotions of men. And what brings us to the final quiz. The question is simple. How many types of masks are there? Please take all the time you require. I shall be here when you're ready with the answer. How many different? Oh, right. Fuck, there's a bottom layer. Oh, girl, you're actually gonna make me count all this? Oh, there's a wind current here. Let's see. Those two are actually the same. So let's see. So those are all the same. So there's two down there. Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, I guess we gotta do some climbing. So there's two types on the bottom. There's a third. There's a fourth there. Looks like it's only 4, actually. Let's see. It's either 4 or 5. Because you can only go up so high. Let's see here. Does she have multiple choice, or is it going to be an enter the number thing? Hello. 5. Oh, that is wrong. 4 then? Did I just miss-see one of the ones up there? Neat. Not a ton of information, but I guess if you read those little logs beforehand, there's probably a good bit there.
Finished at last. God, I'm exhausted.
Oh, it's fine, Wook.
If the legend is true, the Malala were refugees from the source.
Yeah.
But what is this relic of theirs that can bridge worlds? Who made it? And to what end?
That is the burning question, at the very least.
Much about the key remains shrouded in mystery.
Hi, Robor.
By augmenting it with Electro, Preservation did succeed in opening a portal. Yet they could never grasp how they had managed to do so, much less the underlying principles of the technology.
So yeah, they got lucky by plugging a battery into the remote. Okay.
Person understands the mechanics of interdimensional fusion. let alone who imbued the key with its power, when they did so, or why.
So that's probably going to be the mystery for the 7.x or 8.x stuff.
Remember this. The key is a tool, and like all tools, in and of itself, it is a force for neither good nor evil.
Yeah, it's just an object.
In hand, however, its capacity for both is made plain. In delivering one man, it may doom another.
Yeah.
Making a lie of its bearer's every good intention.
As did preservation, Queen Sveen seeks to wield the key in the name of those she loves.
Correct. Her people.
And in so doing, makes her people party to the destruction of countless souls.
Yeah. Not the best setup.
We have told you all we can. To be able to share this with you at the last, it feels as though we fulfilled our purpose.
Thank you, Kryle's parents.
You've come to shut down the terminal.
Unfortunately, yeah. That is really hard to just confront someone and just actively say, hey, sorry, but we have to kill you all.
There's another way, one that doesn't require the terminal's deactivation.
Kryle.
For the longest time, we've sought a means to erase ourselves before our knowledge could be used for ill. And in you, we have found it. So press on. Press on, and don't look back.
Sorry, Kryle. You did at least get to meet your parents. That's better than a lot of shonen protagonists get.
May I ask you one last question?
And again, Erinville is just nowhere to be found.
Of course, my dear.
The earring. Why did you leave it with me?
That is a good question.
Because, Kryle, we wanted to see you again.
Oh. What a touching answer.
This may seem self-serving, but we wanted to leave a trace of ourselves with you. A hint to guide you to us, so that we could live in hope.
We've dreamed of this day for so long, but now that it's become reality, we wonder if we deserve to enjoy it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say you deserve it.
Naught but the best for you. Yet, we've always wondered how much you might have suffered in our absence.
I mean, she had a grandfather. In every universe. There's always a Galoof.
So, as fate would have it, you entrusted me to a good man. His name is Galuf.
Right, Galuf, sorry.
And he raised me as his own.
Gotta remember Galuf right now. Thanks for Final Fantasy XIV.
Blessed with the finest comrades anyone could have. It's thanks to you that I am here now, hale and happy.
Yeah, your parents actually made the best decision they could.
Be at peace. Be at peace. Mother. Father.
Although, I don't know my Final Fantasy lore a ton. I think this may be the first time where we actually get to see Kryle's parents. Most of the time it's just her and Galuf. I don't think most stories actually touch on the fact that she has a family.
Full name, but if we might call you by the one we gave you?
Oh, are they actually gonna give her a name change?
Maya.
Ooh.
Our dearest Maya. We love you more than life itself.
What's on the agenda after Final Fantasy? We'll probably do the Church of Bonk anthology on Thursdays. So, Dark Souls 1. And we'll just work our way through the games until we get to Elden Ring again, and just run through that again, since I'll be able to get the DLC by that point. And that'll give me some time to figure out where I want to place Bloodborne in that grouping.
Are you sure about this? You can leave the terminal to us, you know.
No, I must do this. Kryl, Maya, Baldessian must press on. Press on and...
Yeah, the general thing will just be Monster Hunter or just the collab day on Wednesday with Solace, Izo, and whoever else joins us. Personal game on Thursday. And then presumably an art-related thing on Saturdays. I'm kinda counting the Gunpla kits as art. It technically is, but I know some people may not necessarily see it that way. Oh. Maybe craft, because that's different from art? Yeah, craft is probably a better word for it. It's arts and crafts after all? Yeah. Just a nice bit of arts and crafts, as you do on a lovely Saturday. And since I did get the gunplay I ordered, we're at least set in that department, so we don't have to fill out anything else for now. This one will take a bit, because the box is the same size as Exorcist, so there's going to be a lot of details on it. And now that we've got the 3 different ones, I can actually start putting together a custom one that I can keep on my desk for me. So that'll be fun. Because the main thing that I want to do with having a custom one together is get a Church of Bonk representative to always sit on my desk, just to remind myself of humble gaming beginnings. So I really just need to find a Bonk weapon for the Gunpla kits. So, aside from that, we're getting close to having a proper Church of Bonk rep.
You know how to do it.
I do.
Well, Kryl's at least got her name, so that's at least good. Oof. God. Losing Otis definitely hurt, but Kryl is just actively axing her parents here. Ugh, even the colors from the pools goes away. Well, this is Kryl's parents. They're unfortunately like shonen protags. They just are not allowed to exist within the Final Fantasy franchise. It can only be Kryl and Galuf, or Galuf. They're the only two that are allowed to survive in that family, I swear. They do not give a shit about Krau's actual parents. They either sell them as bad people or just treat them as good people and get rid of them in the worst ways. Unfortunately, we're also getting around to the point where Aaronville is probably going to do something silly. Because, unfortunately, his mom is not going to be allowed to survive this process either. So you'd better speak up soon, Aaron. Because there's only so much the plot's going to let us do. Because if we're not even going to allow Kryle's parents to live through this, there's no way in hell they're going to let yours. Can I actually... I don't think I can go that way. I think I do have to go all the way around. Oh, right, that's not an open area. Oh, god damn it. There we go. Steps of the speaker. Lovely little mix. Can I cheat by doing this? Wow, they don't even let that go through. Okay. That was a valid jumping point, too. Oh, come on, Polar Bear. I trust in you, buddy, but... Here we go. Good reuse of that model. Gotta remind us that her consciousness is not surviving this trip. That's admittedly a decent question. If Kafka was able to actually put herself into another robot to kind of travel through Alexandria to help stuff out there, what's stopping her from doing that? Because, yeah, she's controlling the bot from somewhere else. She's a digital consciousness. Why can't she just port herself into the bot? Nothing saying she has to be a separate being from the bots in the universe. Oh, is that actually another player? That is another player. Okay. That is also a player. Oh, they've got the full-colored chocobo, too. Okay. And then exhausted engineer. There we go. I'll just grab those for now. In my own time, I'll go back and actually grab all of the aetherites, just because this place is probably for the best if you are able to fly. Just period. Let's see. gotta mosey on down our little turntable here without interacting with the wildlife, because they're probably endangered species while they're here. Hello. Alright, Kafka. Not many left. Still have some leeway with the Mesa terminal. I mean, you can carry on getting to the Endless in the last zone. Winds Path Gardens, it's called. It's a breathtakingly beautiful. That's where your memories are stored. That's right. I left it for last so I could guide you as long as possible. Very thoughtful of me, yes? Ooh, great idea just occurred to me. Which is... I'll save it for after we arrived on the other side. See you there. That's not a red flag or anything. Poor bunny boy. He already missed out on the act of death of his mother. Now he has to go through the pain of seeing her alive and well. I still think she should be able to transfer her consciousness into the robot she was controlling before. That shouldn't be an impossibility. Oh. Then we go to the Windy City. Hello. Now what befalls us in the Windy City? We have pseudo sakura trees here. That's actually not too bad. Pseudo sakura trees and an English melody to go along with it.
If I could have everyone's attention, I know we have pressing business, but I'd like to say a few words.
Yeah, go for it, Kafka.
Before I died, I had 2 wishes. The first was to see who my Eleneshpia would become.
Which you
I would
did.
say that wish has been fulfilled. Indeed, it has. For the boy who once shunned company has returned a somewhat sociable man, surrounded by wonderful friends.
Yeah. He's angsty, but he has at least learned to deal with other people.
Both, I couldn't be more proud.
You're gonna make him cry, though.
As for my second wish, that was to see all manner of nature that I had never seen before. I hoped to explore every corner of the world and there find thriving life.
Is this a wish you're leaving with Aaron, then?
But I didn't even get to see all of Tural, did I? Never enough hours in a day, or days in a year, or years in a life.
Kiwa.
Alright, it's Kafkiwa. Okay.
Oh, don't give me that look. Though, admittedly, I did go and spoil the mood. Apologies.
You did, yeah.
What I was so poorly trying to work up to asking was this. I want you to help me fulfill my second wish.
Oh, we've been all around the globe, hon. Don't worry about
I
that.
have a good feeling about this place. There is so much here I've never seen before, I just know it.
We'd love to see it with you.
I thought you might say that. Thank you. Windspath Gardens is home to a collection of flora and fauna that once thrived on the continent. Like the rest of living memory, I haven't explored it in earnest. Controlling my vessel demanded all of my attention. But at long last, I'll get to meet the creatures here. Wrap things up with a perfect little adventure. So, shall we?
That is the hope. Although I do feel like that's going to delay us a little bit.
Absolutely not.
Oh? Okay. No, we can have some drama. What's up, little bunny boy?
To your wish, and then what? You leave? You cannot ask that of me.
Oh, Ellen Neshpia. Please understand. I just wanted to end on a happy note. Not only for myself, but for all of us.
That is the hope.
Than a sad goodbye, surely.
Aaron hasn't had to deal with death. I think that's really the main thing. He's lived a slightly closeted life, so the one person in his life that's actually been a pretty big, like, emotional rock for him is technically gone already, but he's permanently losing it here, and I don't think he can come to terms with that. But will they actually get Aaronville to cry? Because I think he deserves it at this rate. Boop. Unless they somehow cut this shorter than what I'm thinking. Because this is a very low effort point in the story right now, where it's just too calm for its own good. A calm before a storm is technically a good thing, but you gotta be careful about dragging it out this long. Huh? I mean, it is his field of expertise, so, yeah. You can do it, Aaron. Gotta overcome this. There is admittedly the point that all of our friends are keeping the portal open for us. We are burning a lot of time for them to just be sitting there, twiddling their thumbs. Oh, you're actually just gonna stay. Okay. Well, we need to grab the Aetheryte anyways, so may as well try. Look up to the trunk, see the plants with the capsules? These are the species that can't survive in the Wind Spirit Gardens or become invasive and disrupt the ecosystem. The capsules recreate the conditions they require from tropical to frigid climates while keeping them isolated. In this way, any and all plant life can be preserved forever. God, this is actually the worst one to destroy. They're actively keeping plants alive here. This could actually help for a lot of potential medicines, foods, and all that. Oh yeah. That is just the exact same tree model from before. That's a cheeky way to actually get us to reuse that model. And just a little bit lazy. Let's just grab this while we're here. Doop. Pre-roller ads are only disabled for 11 minutes. Wow, Twitch, come on, man. We at least got 60 minutes when I was the one who hit the button for them. Doot, doot. Oh. He's from the Shadowbreaker areas. Okay. You don't really see the Dwarven representation anymore just because the... Oh. The Dwarven reps are just part of another dimension, but if they were also able to get over here, then that raises the question of how many times they opened that portal. Okay. Assuming we're just going to talk with Kafika again. Sure, we'll talk with Aaron's mom. I'm sure nothing bad will go wrong. Oh, Aaron and Kryle are actually here. Where's Wook? She's the one who gets lost all the time. Gave you a report? Mine's more of a vocal report, but that's fine. They're native to the Twelveswood, where they prey upon even wolves. There's various subspecies, such as those with red leaves or a gnarled look. They like to hurl acorns at you, exploding ones. Yeah, it's probably the apt thing to say. I guess we actually have had Aaronville with us for a while now, haven't we? So he does know a little bit about our adventures. Really gonna argue with your mother about it. Entomology. Okay. Sure. Let's let a mother and a son argue. This should be fine. Okay. Let's see what we got then. Is it one of those armadillo friends? That does indeed appear to be a plant on a hedgehog. At a glance, certainly has the look of both scale and beast. I think it is probably more of a beastkin, just with plants on it. It has deft little paws. It has a pointy snout. It does have a little pointy snout. Oh, there it goes. Oh, yeah, I guess we have encountered this before, haven't we? The Fey Kingdom with the first? Jude has been to the very edge of existence. He has seen life that others could only imagine. Technically true. Sorry, you're just gonna have to imagine it. I'm also realizing how many parents died in this expansion. Because Wookalamot's parents are dead. Kryle's parents are dead. Technically speaking, Aaron's parents are going to be dead. They honestly just have to kill off the twins' parents, and then we've got literally everyone's parents gone, but... Aaronville is a little older. At least I'm pretty sure Aaron is older than Kryl. Hmm. I'm also realizing this jacket is open-chested. I didn't really see it before on the other guy, but I think his outfit was a little bit more closed off. Okay. We just get to third wheel on the mother-son time. That's probably for the best. We are a silent character for the most part. We are running close though, so whatever they plan on doing for the ending. Because for reference, this is the third last quest. There are literally 2 more to go. At least according to the wiki. So unless the wiki is lying to me, we are almost done. There may be some cleanup quests afterwards, but might be safe to just cut it after the dungeon run and whatever actually appears because of that. Oh, come on. But so far, they've at least set up an interesting place. It's a little sad that they just kind of shoehorn this in at the end, just so that way you cut everything off, though. Unless we do just come up with the solution of, hey, by the way, instead of powering your machine through souls, maybe if you just use solar power, you might be able to feed the entire existence of your people. As ever-growing as it actually is. Also, yes, we do get copy bar amounts. Oh boy, how do you say that? Bearing you will be our adorable Mewapiaras, who are especially trained and trolley friendly. Just say the word and we'll send you up and away. Well, it'll be interesting to see how big those actually are for the other races. Dude. I'm actually big compared to this thing. And unsurprisingly, they do get bigger for the other races. Okay. Dude. Oh, there's the shut-off switch. By the biggest tree and the only green tree that's here. Okay. Why am I hearing static? Is part of these lands already shut off or something, or...? And she's making dad jokes too. Okay. Unfortunately, FFXIV is a good character that they inserted, at least as a character, near the end, which is a shame. Experience worth saving for the end. Yeah, that was a fun flight. I'm sorry, Aaron. You're not gonna enjoy this, but, like, it's gonna have to happen. Time we headed to the Aero Terminal. If there are still things you want to do, you'll want to do them now. When you're ready, make your way along the path yonder. I'll find the others and let them know the same. Mother knows best. Unfortunately, I don't think Aaron can handle it. I'm sorry, dude. You're a Final Fantasy pro tag now. You're not allowed to have parents. She's only a facsimile constructed from her memories. I understand this. But when she's right there, as alive in spirit as I've ever known her, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to erase her? Does she even know how it tears me apart? Oh, she knows, Putty. Trust me, all of the parents so far have known this fact. It's unfortunately something that comes around a bit too often, where a parent is just willing to put themselves in front of their kids for the betterment of the situation, as sad of a situation as that really is, but that's just what happens, really. Parents know that they've raised a good generation behind them, so they can let it thrive without too much concern after everything that they've said and done. This will probably be voiced.
How delightful this has been. Not since my journey with the Dawn Servant have I enjoyed myself so. No, I'm selling it short. This was even better. And that's because I was able to share this adventure with my darling boy.
Sorry, Aaron.
Well, this is as far as I can go. As for the rest...
Just stop. You're doing it again. Deciding everything by yourself, and then disappearing.
Eleneshpia, you're my pupil, so you ought to understand. Everything that lives must one day die, and that which has died isn't meant to return. This is the way of nature. Mine is an unnatural existence, and I've suffered it only because I had to unmake this twisted mausoleum.
Yeah.
But now that brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission,
Ooh, that's every bone
I may
cracking.
finally embrace the end. Can't you be happy for me?
Even this music, too.
Happy.
I was actually quite scared, you see. Scared that I'd be trapped inside the barrier forever and denied the thrill of discovery for all my days. Your coming gave me courage and comfort, Eleneshpia. More than you know. And now here I stand, unburdened and free. In this moment, the happiest of my life.
I'm sorry, dude. It's one of the hardest pills to swallow, but we gotta do it, dude.
As you wish, Mother. I'll continue what you began. You were right, of course. Leaving home has broadened my horizons. I've met my friends and found this place. So I bid you leave your dreams with me. And no, I'll go where you couldn't go, and do what you couldn't do. I will.
Look at you. All grown up and dependable. Yet with so much more ahead. A world of experiences await you, each a lesson of its own. You may know failure and burning regret, but these too shall become beacons to guide you. So come what may, hold your head high and carry on with conviction. And wherever your journeys take you, keep me close to your heart, will you? I should like to be there, to see what I haven't seen.
You will be, Mother.
They're really trying to get it out of you. You are not allowed to do this at the end. God damn it. Ugh.
Now, run along. And never forget that you're my pride and joy. I trust you all can handle the rest. Take care, and farewell.
I swear, if she double crosses us somehow, I will be so goddamn pissed. Alrighty, well, time for the wind terminal to go down. If I recall correctly, Aaronville doesn't really have the capability of doing this, but I guess he may? A salute to the rabbit that probably has too much porn of her made already. But they really just wanted to give you a real kick in the teeth before this, didn't they? God damn. My body's trying to cry. It's failing, but goddamn is it trying.
That makes all of them.
All that remains is to wait for the meso terminal to become vulnerable when it's about to initiate fusion. And then we strike.
Really had to get everyone there. Oof. It did at least give closure to people, so there's that. You really didn't have to crunch that into an hour's time, though, guys. You could have at least spread that out a little.
Please be advised, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. Repeat, we are entering the final phase of world bridging.
Alrighty, final quest time. No time to cry. Maybe some time to cry, though.
All residents will shortly be replenished. Be at ease. No action on your part is required. We thank you for your patience.
I can honestly just imagine a Microsoft announcement like that popping up.
Begun?
Yeah, Sveen unfortunately needed to make a decision, and she's choosing chaos. And there's the wind current. Alrighty, now a series of chaos. I guess you are able to get flight by this point, if you were following everything correctly. That probably would have saved me a bit of time if I did that. Oh well. We can get one last look through the now defeated wind landscape. And I'm guessing that other person just flew off to actually finish the quest. It's fine. Guess we can technically just do that. Technically a quicker way. Alrighty. I forgot that the Mandrake was a mount. Okay. Alrighty, so for this, there's a dungeon, then the trial, and probably one last finishing quest. I hate to say it, but that probably will take us a bit. So, if y'all are still here and resting, get ready for some queue times. I don't know how long it will actually be, but I would wager that the trial queue will probably take us a bit. The dungeon may not. The trial will, though. Because people usually have to run max level content for scripts and such, so there should be enough people running it. That's not a problem. And they give you a party of NPCs to work with as well. They technically cover 2 DPS and a tank and a healer, because Graha technically does either. Because he's special like that. So you fill a DPS slot, Graha becomes your healer. You fill the healer spot, Graha becomes your DPS. And if you fill in the tank position, Graha becomes your healer, and Wuklamot just becomes a warrior DPS. It's fun like that. Won't change what I'll do. Yeah. Alrighty. Time to queue for the dungeon. Which, considering this is level 100 content, is probably going to be a little rough, but let's see how bad it actually is. Good old Alexandria. Alright, let's see what you got, Alexandria. Let's see how bad the queue time actually is. "5 minutes. That's the default when it doesn't know what to put there, so... Oh, I actually beat Celiandra here. Sorry, girl. I guess I just read a little bit faster. It probably wouldn't hurt to try to unlock flying. To the southwest. So the one spot that doesn't actually have an aetheryte tied to it. Okay. Let's see. So that'll be water. I'm honestly surprised I missed something within the Waterlands. Okay. Oh, no, there we go. DPS queue is not that bad for the dungeon. Hell yeah. Oh, we actively have to fight through the town. Ugh. I'm sure this won't be traumatic at all. Ooh, Warrior's got the hammer. Okay. We can trust in a bonk main, right?
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
Have you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
Oof. Okay, we're getting the full bots in. This is fine. And I believe I need to stand here, just so that way the Picto can get some of its bonuses. There we go. Get rid of that.
Your smile means all is right.
If I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
It seems like the Pictomancer is the impatient one this time, which is always funny. Don't think this helps us very much, does it? Okay, so there's the trash out of the way. Now time for the mid-boss, which is a robotic elephant. Okay. We'll take that. Okay. This will disappear here. Ooh. Bit of wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff. Okay. Oh god. Okay, so there's a death range around us. Oh god. Oh boy. Oh. That's bad. Okay, noted. I need to learn how to count. That's just a raid wide. We can't do anything about that. Oh. And then this will get rid of that.
You are my people, and I will protect you.
Oh. Oh, we're getting the fun memories out of the way. Okay.
Painful memories of war are laid to rest.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with removal.
Are we gonna fight these here? Okay. We'll do a bit of that then. Oh god, that's a lot of things. Assume we go this way. Oh, yeah, there is. I'll grab that. I guess only two. Why am I AoE targeting? Oh, my model got moved over somehow. That's not great. Oh. No, it's fine now. Okay. That's fine. And then these buttons should be used more often for AoE damage. There we go. Next. Oh, we're going up. Oof. They did not have a good time. Ooh, this looks fun.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Well, you look fun. Are you here to bless us with some technology? And some raid-wide damage? That is an orb. Oh, that's lightning. Oh, crap. Guess there's stuff I have to keep an eye out for. Fuck it. We'll just get that out. Here? Oh. Well, guess I had to take one. There we go. Oh. These are trackers? Okay. Ah. This is okay. And then this should be the end of it?
Fear not. You will all live on. And at the last, my final endless.
Ugh. Oh, Queen's Fiend, you did your best, girl. Oof. Security is falling very fast. They're gonna have to be a little careful. Okay, guess we're fighting here. Oh god. Oh. The Pictomancer pulled something. You're not supposed to take that away. There. There we go. I'm done.
They've done it! They prepared the queen!
Nope.
Give up! Not until Keith can put it.
Okay. They've been trying their best, at least, to keep everything together. Oof. Bop. Yeah, pull back here. It's fine. Then here. I'll just soak that. Because I can heal myself too if need be. Now, what is the final boss of the dungeon going to be? Because Sphene kind of has to be the trial. I'm assuming some kind of computation thing? And if they want to start the fight, they can honestly go ahead. I'm a little curious. Ooh, you look fun. I do congratulate the mixer there. Oh, shit. Okay. Slash on that side. Fair. Okay. There. Oh, we want to stand there? Okay. Okie doke. That looks like a multi-stacker. Oh boy. This way, okay.
Initiating final attack protocol.
That does look like a good raid wide. Oh, well, yeah, I probably don't want to be in that. Thank you, healer, for the save. I am a dumb bitch. Hello, Mr. Dalek, you okay? There. Oh, you already got it. Okay. Dude. This is fine. Lovely. That was surprisingly simple, actually, for the level hundo. No happy cheers. And they all left immediately, huh? Okay. Wow, they really all did just leave immediately. What did I even get off of that? Because you can't get better gear than the artifact gear, as far as I'm aware. Not from the dungeon, at least. But dungeon done. Now we just got a trial on whatever they want us to do on our own. Yeah, where is that gonna put us now that we've just wiped the entire memory of this thing? Oh, yeah, this looks more appropriate. Spheen's consciousness is still going to be in here, so what is her consciousness going to manifest as now that she has the cup?
Spheen!
Sorry, Wilk, it is still too late for her.
Listen to me, please!
I'm afraid she's gone.
That's just a body.
Synchronization will soon be complete.
Ooh. Well, you wanted Sphene 2.0. Yeah, that would be a sick mount.
Complete. Data for the endless Sphene has been overwritten and reconfigured. All shall be well, henceforth and in perpetuity.
It's always nice when Final Fantasy delves into the realm of HAL 9000.
I keep and cherish my people. To that end, I have removed the remaining checks upon my authority.
Yeah, that's what you want a robot doing. Okay. We have to defeat this thing now or else the world will end.
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Wait! I still haven't said.
Be gone from my presence.
Can't have NPCs in the trial, baby. Interesting that she couldn't cage me, though. Is that beyond her power, or...?
According to Eliminator's battle data, you pose the single greatest threat.
Correct.
As such, you will be erased, here and now.
I mean, you can try if you want here, Sphenius. Oh, that's not subtle at all. Come on, use those Warrior of Light powers, buddy boy.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice?
Yeah, but you also tried holding on to immortality, Sphene.
Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you.
Yeah, you shouldn't have tried holding on to immortality, girl. That was your biggest mistake.
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse... might I...
They're gonna get us to theorycraft a little, huh? Okay. I'm shutting you down. Ooh.
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Okay, yeah, I can get to this beat. Little out of left field, but you can do a lot with this. You may have your power, but I still got mine, bitch. I'm never alone. Relic v. Relic. Let's see which one actually comes out on top. Interfos is now accessible. Good naming. Now, how bad is the Trials queue time going to be? Oh, it actually is listing a time. Okay, won't be that bad. I guess before we have to kick this thing's ass, why don't we just look at its design a little bit, because we went from living in Mesoamerica to basically jump forwarding to Cyberpunk 2077 and then completely launching off the rails into... Is Star Trek the next generation, or even further beyond that? They really flexed on the whole Japanese mecha for this one, especially with the angelic Ava/Gundam-esque traits to this. They could have done worse, but this is a pretty good way to sell Sphene as just a robot. What'd you come back to? Hi Nano, this is the last thing we need to do today, apparently. But this is now the existing consciousness of Sphene's memories imbued within a robot that has the powers of the relic. So this is functionally GLaDOS if GLaDOS had sentience. Like actual sentience. Yeah, apparently this is what you have to kill. We were kind of discussing it a little before, but what Sphene would turn into to be the final thing we needed to kill. This is the thing she turned into that we need to kill. And I mean, it's not a bad design. It's pretty epic for level 100 trial, I'd say. Does beat out the level 90 trial that you have to do near the end of Dawnbreaker. Not Dawnbreaker. Endwalker. That's it. Now the fun's going to be the actual trial mechanics. This is a level 100 boss. They can be incredibly mean with this if they want to. Also, the music just kicks ass for this.
The worlds have been bridged. Be at ease, everyone. Your ether will soon be replenished.
Yeah.
I will suffer no interference. Disappear.
Ooh, fuck. Hi, Viper. Obvious story spoilers, real quick. This is literally the last trial of Endwalker. But yeah, I'm assuming you guys have done this already. But welcome in, Raiders. Hopefully the evening is running well. To anyone who may not necessarily know who I am, my name is Jude Cryobite, your judicial utility droid Mark III, here to provide you with a relatively comfy time while we kill God. But how was your evening? Did you at least enjoy yourself? Oh, thanks, Alice. Queen God. She actually is the Queen God, so that's perfectly alright. Oh, fuck, okay. This is a weird way of doing it, but I appreciate the visual. Also, yes, I am also a Viper main. So if you're used to seeing Viper play Viper, you'll get another dose of Vipering here. Ooh boy. That's not on me. That's on me. God damn it. Okay, fine. Dude. Did the Alan Wake DLC in Control, so that was cool. Can't be spoiled if you've already played it. Yeah, that's true. I probably have to be careful about falling off the edge, don't I? You'll have to forgive me if I can't quite keep up with chat during this one. I'm never super comfortable doing the level max raids of content on first try while reading chat. But... oh god. I guess I'm following people then. Oh boy. Ooh, okay. That's not too far. Oh, we do want to be in that? Okay. Noted. Okay. Oh, someone did end up dying during that. Rest in peace, buddy. It was too nuts to read, chat. I mean, it's definitely a little bit nuts to read during this, because you probably have to focus very hard on it. That's just the AoE, so that's unavoidable. I do appreciate this recoloring of the orange circles, though. Oh god. That's fine. That's neutral for us. I may as well get the double out here, because it seems like a calm enough time to get it. Yep. Yeah, I never looked at chat while I was doing this fight. I can definitely see why. Although I'd imagine if you're the healer, it's probably significantly worse. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, I'm seeing slightly more reasons for why you may not be able to actually follow this fight very well. Oh boy. I did get hit by that? Okay. I'm doing decently well, though. I'm not the one who's dying, so... That poor Black Mage. Oh, doing this fight as Black Mage is gonna suck once I get the Black Mage potato to this. You're gonna have to be worrying about your triple cast a lot. What is that? Why does it have a double tap on its laser? Thank you for the dance. Get this out before it probably goes invulnerable. Oh, fuck. Okay. I guess I'll go here? Oh god, that was a bad position. Aw. Never mind, that got me. Okay, yeah, that's hell. The important ones survived, though. That's what matters. Yeah, no kidding, all the mechanics. That was insane. Come on, hit that. Oh boy, okay. Glad I vampired there. That's the Aether. We don't do anything about that. I think. Oh god. Oh boy. Okay, still alive. Barely, but still alive. Ooh, this could be bad. Is that on me? That one is. There's one on me. I'll just stand here. Okay. I'll have my vampire in a second, so if anything goes horribly wrong, that's fine. That's enough to get one of that off. And I do know that my Viper gameplay is not the best, so being 5th in damage, or 5th in DPS is honestly a little expected, but... Oh. Is there active time in this too?
In reality? Has she lost control of the power?
As long as the boss dies, doesn't matter who's did the most or least. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, thanks, Wilklamot, for the LB.
I understand. I do. And I know that you won't be swayed from your course. But if there's truly no other way to resolve this, then face me. Not as a machine, but as the real you.
Although, mid-fight cutscene is pretty baller. I was wondering why they didn't do more of these. Oh, Sphene is still down there. Come on, Wook. Oh, wait, we're going back to gameplay. Oh yeah, Soken's going insane with this one.
What I desire, and I will not fail.
Ooh, good background for this. What? Okay, that's just the angle. You go, Wilklamot. LB on his ass.
To lose them, not again.
I feel your pain, as if it were my own.
Okay, AoEs.
I think I know you. All of you.
How can you say
There.
that to me now?
AoEs. Keep an eye out for the orange on the ground.
We will stop you.
Oh, I moved up to 4th.
No, I won't let you. I can't. I will protect my people's happiness.
Leave that burden with us now. We will bear it in your stead.
Go. Almost there. Just a little more juice. There we go. That's a good trial. It's chaos, but it's a manageable level of chaos as long as you're not staring at your toolbar the entire time. Yeah, and like someone in my chat's at least saying, that was a pretty fast trial. I'm assuming people might just have better gear at this point, but yeah, that's pretty good. Music was baller, fight was on point. I got no complaints. Okay, now that I can look at chat, what were you playing? Right, Control. If you're just doing Alan Wake DLC, I'm assuming you don't have much else to go with it? I don't think any mechanic got skipped or anything. Yeah, it seemed pretty on point. It was kind of at a loop there, so unless it had a just enraged state later, there's probably not too much going on.
Your voice reached me, Lamachi.
Is it?
I came back and now we're at Jude's channel. Hey, Ramen. Welcome in. Yeah, I'm actually going later than Viper, I guess.
My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless.
So Monday we start AW1.
I cannot remain long.
AW1.
Meso terminal will soon cease to function.
You may need to unacronym that one for me. That's not quite in the banks. Oh, okay.
Once you wanted to know me, Lamachi.
Oh, we're just doing the story content for now, Ramen. This is the last trial. Or at least we're done the last trial now.
I am.
So I guess I'm technically done.
Sorry for the suffering I've caused your people.
Because I only do the story stuff on stream for the most part.
I am ultimately powerless against
Yeah, I can go back to working on that potato farm in my odd time.
Innocent.
Because we've got the Viper potato up to 100, now I gotta work on the other 22.
A pitiful,
And now I'm slightly scared for when I get the Black Mage here.
one that should never have been created.
Worth unlocking the raids too, and hitting 100 dungeons once each ammo. Probably not a bad idea, yeah. I can always look into it, but I usually just stream the story content just to say that I got it and I can have a good recording for it later.
Our nations are worlds apart.
But it'll be worth looking into.
Who knows what we could have accomplished
Ow.
if we walked together towards a shared future. And yet, it could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
Yeah, sorry, Wook. You're not quite gonna have your friendship with her eternally, but
I had met you when I was still alive.
gotta go nab some food for bed. Alright, sounds good, Viper. Thanks for the raid, by the way. Hopefully have a good rest and enjoy your food.
It's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen.
We'll pretty much be quitting after we get out of the cutscene for this, I think.
Still, if there's one thing...
So we
I
won't be
hope
going for
you'll
too much
believe,
longer either.
It is this. Brief though it was, I treasured our time together. It pains me to
But
think that its memory will
I guess it's an overall theory for now, or overall review from my end, since that's usually what I try to do. I'd say that if they spread this section of the content out over the expansion, that would have been better. The Rite of Succession felt longer than it needed to be, and this part felt really short. I would have loved to have seen this entire
Take care of them,
Alexandria plotline a bit more, if I'm being honest.
and we will never forget the Endless. Neither them, nor the time we spent with you.
Yeah, the bit feels way too short, even though it's supposed to be the emotional core of what's going on. Yeah. After turning off all of the elemental cores in the earlier part of this, like, that could have gone on for a lot longer with more detail. Like, we could have gotten so much more info on the Malala and have actual building between Erinville and Mom. And more stuff with Sphene. It's like if Emmett Selk only spoke to you in the last third of Shadowbringers. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't have anything personally against Wook-Lamont and the whole Rite of Succession, but, like, 90 to 93 should have been the Rite of Succession, then 94 to 100 should have been this. Because there's a good plot here, but they burned through it. Like, we'll probably get more afterwards. We'll have to see what happens with the Alexandria after, with the X, or Point X stuff. But, like, you could include more in just the main block. Doing it this way means your opinion of the expansion is basically just your opinion on Wook Lamont, since nothing else had time to cook. Yeah, basically. Wook Lamont's character progression could have been done much quicker, even though it was semi-impactful learning from her experience with her family and all that. But you could have done better. Kyle with her 20 minutes of dialogue. Yeah, I'm understanding the memes I was seeing before, how Kyle just gets like one chatterbox and then we just go back to Wook Lamont shouting in the distance. And Aaronville to some extent too. Like, he's been with us this entire time, but we only get a little bit of a focus on him here during the end. It very much heavily favored Wook Lamont, which they did not need to do. It's cool that we got the Femgars, don't get me wrong, but there were other characters to develop other than the new one. Ow, I just gotta stand up. I've been sitting for too long. Aaronville too, he's just kinda been with us without saying anything. Yeah. They left him to brood because as soon as we got here, he knew that he's gonna have to kill his own mom. Which, you know, not a great feeling,
So
gotta
it was
say.
that the meso-terminal fell dark, and the Endless departed for oblivion's embrace. Their resplendent paradise was no more, as the memory sustaining it faded with the golden light.
Just if you like her personally or not. Yeah. And I hate to say, I didn't really care that much about Wook Lamont. I care more about Kryl than I do Wook. And it's nice that we got to meet her, but like, she's just the tomboy who develops into a leader. It's not that thrilling of a take.
This I felt with conviction, as I basked in the glow of a new dawn.
Oh hey, haha, there's the word. Think she's kind of forgettable? Yeah, unfortunately. She's going to be playing basically what they turned, God, what is her name? The blonde-haired girl who cosplayed as her dead sister. Yeah, Lise. That should prove my point. She's going to turn into Lise. Because she's going to have to rule over her lands. We aren't going to see her unless something requires her attention. Especially since they're across the water. We're going to have to go back to Eorzea at some point. Should I be careful that this would copyright claim me? I'm just going to put that back on just in case. There's no way she's able to participate in much from here on. I don't think Viper got hit for the song. No? Okay. It never hurts. Also, thank you, Nano. I guess now the potato tracker will at least show 0 for Jude, so that'll be good.
The key that started it all was entrusted to the adventurer. Such an artifact certainly lies within the Scion's realm of expertise.
How much is he talking during the credits, though? I'm assuming we'll go through the entire track and then he'll stop talking. But... oh.
By order of Vau Kona, the Sky Deep Cenote was placed under the strict watch of the Landsguard.
Oh. Okay. Just a high five from the angry brother.
Among their number, they shall not want for strength, even in Soralja's absence.
Although I am a little curious, they usually do this wrap up during the .x missions. Yeah, what are we doing with these guys? They're in a time bubble.
Of their queen's passing, the people of Alexandria mourned and wept.
They're also gonna lose their soul coin system.
The sight might well have moved Sveen to tears.
Feels like they did the same thing as Endwalker and did the whole story in .0 instead of finishing it in X. Yeah.
Their subjects will know joy once more.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I guess that leaves the door open for whatever they want to develop next.
News that young Gululja had succeeded his father as king was greeted with trepidation. Reception was also mixed when Wuklamat came forward to name herself as the boy's guardian. But the people were mollified to learn that Everkeep systems remained operational, and there would be no impact on their lives.
Oh, you're not wrong, Ramen. You're not wrong at all. Unfortunately, this just set up that another land exists, and it has no more problems because we solved them all already. Every plot thread they introduce gets resolved completely? Yeah.
What manner of ruler he will be.
Like, the only thing that we have is Gululja is going to be existing in this time bubble, and he'll probably come back to us as an adult. But that's about it. Because I'm pretty sure there's still that time dilation going on. Actually, no, if it's connected to here, it probably doesn't. Guess you just go to new places now or something? I mean, we might get introduced to whatever the next expansion zone is. I don't think they'll keep us in Tulial at all. Because there's no real reason to. Like, Kawana's going to be holding the fort down here, if Wuklamat's going to be keeping the boy safe.
Meanwhile,
yeah.
The people came together to hail their new Dawn servant's great victory.
I'm trying to think if there are any plot threads left at all.
They turned their attention to a brighter future and celebrated for 3 days and nights.
I don't think there is. Because everything that Aaron's talking about here fills it. We've got a mixed nation, finally. People are happy. People are safe. There's 0 threats. Jakul, or whatever his name is dead. Sveen is dead. The Alexandrite... The only thing I can think of is that the Alexandrites are a sticking issue. Like, we're gonna have to deal with Gululja being a kid and ruling a nation. That's the only thing I can think of. That's what the raid are for? Oh. Well then, I guess I'm getting my answers questioned already. Okay, so if the raids deal with Alexandria and getting that back up and running... Ugh, yeah, that doesn't leave much at all. Well...
Everything had been resolved, though.
What's left?
Those who had spent 30 years in the Dome struggled to resume their former lives. This and a host of other challenges remained.
That's really the sticking point. So, the cataclysmic problem we're gonna have to solve after killing God. Immigration. Immigration is a problem. I'll give Aaronville that.
As the new Dawn servants continue to lead with strength and wisdom, the people may be assured that peace will endure.
The next ultimate trial is writing immigration policy. Yeah, I can see that. I can also put my glamour back on properly. I just put the Viper vest on for the last chunk just because, but yeah. Jude Potato is now caught up. With the full rainbow. That isn't scientifically possible, but this is Magic Land, it's fine. One less potato to MSQ for? Yep. I think the next closest one is, unfortunately, the Black Mage. So, that's going to be a little tricky. Hold on, I've got the chart up. So let's see here. Because, oh boy, do those trials not look easy for Black Mage at some parts? Yeah. Those trials look nasty when you can't move around too much. Let's see here. Oh, no, actually. Someone's closer than the Black Mage. The Warrior Potato is actually the closest right now. Because they're in post-Shadowbringers. Right, because what I did for them was I had them as a machinist the entire time, but for RP reasons I swapped them to Warrior, and I've been leveling Warrior the entire time, but they're only up to 75. You have to turn your brain off or you have to go into overdrive. Yeah. Can I show that right now? No. What window is Final Fantasy even in? I don't have it showing then. Okay, where is my Chrome window? Not that. Oh wait, nope, that was it. Okay. So this is all being tracked. See if I can get that below, though. Da 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 da. But the Warrior's the closest right now at 287 quests until we hit the end. Then the Black Mage at 351. And then most of the other ones are still in some variation of ARR. So they still have a pretty long ways to go. I can technically count this one as well, but that's the cat. That's not a potato. Yeah, I did start this project pretty late overall. That's why you can see some of them are still in like single-digit levels, because I just started the characters and was working on others. A lot of these are still like in level 20, like in the beginning of ARR. But yeah, the end goal will just be to get them all caught up on content. It'll get them in pretty outfits that will be their end game, which I do still have to work on for the Jude Potato. But now that I'm at least level 100, the Jude Potato can be dressed up relatively easily. I just have to look at what outfits will work good for him. Because this outfit's not really what I'm looking for. Fashion is always endgame. Exactly.
I'm sorry, we haven't been able to talk properly. Oh, between the reconstruction work and Papa's funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe.
Yeah, I can imagine. Good to know we're still staying here.
Oh, there's a lull in my duties. You've done more for us than we could ever hope to repay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
You're welcome.
When we left Eorzea behind to take part in the contest, none of us could have predicted what complications would follow.
I mean, no, but we at least solved it, so...
For finding trouble, my friend.
We do. That's why we get levels.
And you wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. MMO players are just looking for pain and suffering.
Assuming you're still set on leaving the Gleaner's life behind?
Oh yeah, he doesn't have his backpack.
Fulfill my mother's dream, of course.
That's your Gleaner work, though.
Like she had intended, I'll embark on a journey in search of the unknown. She's sure to enjoy my stories when we meet again in the Ethereal Sea.
I guess that's also a plot point. We can just find Erenville in trouble.
I may no longer be a Gleaner, but I still have contacts in Sharlayan.
Erenville quitting his job for the memes now, I guess. Yeah.
Good to pay for information on new or rare species.
Yeah, let's just stalk Erenville around the world. I mean, to be fair, we did just have him lose his mother. He does need a support pillar now.
Regardless, until you're ready to leave, you're our guest here in Tulijola. And this time, I won't pester you to take up a post.
Thank you.
By now, I know you well enough to know you can't stay in one place. No more than you can ignore the plight of those in need.
Thank you, Plot, for finally realizing that.
And you'll continue walking it. Isn't that so?
That's the plan. We can bring Kryle along too, so maybe they can finally talk more. Oh god, that hurts, but it's so true. Money. Loot. My love for the star, all the sights I've yet to see, the legacies I bear. All of those are kind of nothing answers, but sure. I got a story, bro. I gotta keep keeping that up. I can't just run away. If only MSQ gave you an actual money. Yeah. Oh, we've still got the relic. Right. That could be a problem. Why are you showing Sven's crown? What are you taunting me with? What the fuck was that? Okay, so Sven is still a problem then. Goliel, solution 9. He's more comfortable over there. Shell keeps an eye on him for this. We'll visit him often as we can. I'll be keeping Tyrell for a time. I'd like to look into the problem of the wildlife. Okay. Yeah, he does actively spur you on to come join him in his stuff, so I guess we will just be stalking Erenville for a bit, plot-wise. Oh. I hope that's a mount. Okay, yeah, cool, we get the alpaca mount. That's fine. I'm still going to use the polar bear, but it's good to get the alpaca mount for free. Neat. Guess we can update that with DawnTrail. That way it can be marked as 0. Yeah, that's a bonus. I would have possibly preferred the capybara, but an alpaca's good too. The entire town's just in a state of depression. Okay, yeah, we can leave, it's fine. Just a man's voice. Okay, so we have the governor trying to take over the city. Is that what you're gonna do? But is this what Her Majesty would have wished to see? No, most assuredly not. You must know this to be true. If we are to honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles. To that end, we will finally use the MacGuffin we've been hanging on this wall on our GPU. RTX on. Let's go, gamers. We're here for a tussle. So I'm guessing this is where the trials are then? Yeah, this is the raid tier? Okay. I mean, makes sense. You're gonna put the raids in the most gamer-looking building possible. You may as well. Did I do my Duolingo? I did do my Duolingo. Okay. Oh, of course, it's a fucking Lalafell. Okay. Of course, they're trying to swindle people. It's a mustached Lalafell, so of course. In order to make them look the best, they need to be as close to the GPU as possible. Hey there, Uchao. Welcome in. Yep, we are done the main plot. And apparently just getting the last cutscene telling us where the raid content is. But how are things on your side? I can't go for much longer because I'm losing my voice right now. How'd you like DawnTrail? I guess to reiterate the point, the Right of Succession should have been 90 to 93, and then everything to deal with Alexandria should have been 94 to 100. They spent too long on the Right of Succession, and they just rushed through the Alexandrite stuff. They could have done so much with the Alexandrite stuff. That would have been leagues interesting than Wook Lamont learning about her country's actual pastimes. You're stuck overnight in an airport. Oof. I am sorry, Uchao. Was it just a flight cancellation or delay, or... I'm afraid to ask. Let's see here. The 5 is... There it is. There's the optimal set. And update that, because our glamour changed. Let's just do a quick look at the market board before we log off. I want to see what the level 100 gear in here looks like. First fight delayed 2 hours, then couldn't disembark because the runway was busy. Oh, that's dog shit. Well, sorry to hear, Uchao. Hopefully speaking, they can actually right the wrongs in this case, because that is disgusting on many degrees. Okay. Nothing fancy there. That's a definite no from my end. That could be worse. Yeah, I got a transfer, so I'll be there tomorrow at 11. Just sucks not sleeping in a bed. Yeah. It's always a little bit of a problem when you just have to stay in an awkward place for a flight. Those aren't bad pants, actually. How do those die? You can color the knee pads, or you can color the pants themselves. Okay. Well, and color the knee pads. Could be better. Those are selling for pretty cheap, too. Those aren't bad boots for Viper. Okay. I might get something from there. Maybe the boots. The boots look like they'll go well with my set. But it looks like it'll be dungeon gear hunting if I actually want anything fun. Dude. Oh, are you liking the new classes? I've only really been playing Viper, so I've got a decent impression of that so far at least. I'm assuming I'm just bad with the rotation, but I found that my damage numbers weren't the greatest unless I was like doing perfect comboing between your basic attack, your vice skills, and then the reawakening. But it was a simple enough rotation to figure out, so I mean, no huge complaints there at least. Just slightly weird ones that you just kind of had to get used to. But could be worse. Oops. I'd recommend Viper if people just wanted to play Ninja but wanted to press less buttons, to be honest with you. That's my main take, but at least when it comes down to Viper. Let's see. I guess we should probably find someone to raid because my voice is going out and I'm struggling to keep it going. And it's it's already midnight, so let's see who's actually online this late, because I haven't stayed up this late on stream for a while. Was that Seahorse I saw? It was Seahorse I saw. They're doing retro stuff. Sure, why not? My audio set up right? It is. Cool. Alrighty. Well, hopefully everyone had a lovely evening. I'll be back again Saturday to work on the Gunpla that I had come in. So if you're cool with watching a little bit of hand cam action while I'm putting together some weeb shit, then by all means do recommend swinging by. But if not, I'll see you again another time. But rest easy, take care of yourselves, and make sure you're prepared for whatever awaits you on a Friday. I'll see you again later though, but for now, bye-bye. Oh, come on, I set up the button for this. Oh, yeah, okay. Almost had it. This needs to go off. I know how my buttons work. But yeah, bye-bye all. Have fun and be nice. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.